Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yamin of Revolution. Iran won't budge, and Trump can't accept defeat. We got some World War III update. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform. Y'all, well, it's all bad news for the imperialist, genocidal maniacs. Iran standing tall. Russia and China refuse to let them be defeated. Trump has gone nuts and he's trapped. Let's get into the content. Salute.
So, it's official. It took less than 72 hours for Donald Trump's grand cinematic naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz to disintegrate into a humiliating international embarrassment. As of this moment, we are witnessing not the long arm of American naval supremacy, but a paper tiger flailing in the water.
Let's update you on what is happening right now in the Strait of Hormuz with the latest ship tracking data that's been analyzed by BBC Verify, showing that 4 Iran-linked tankers have crossed the strait despite Washington's naval blockade.
The US blockade in the strait seems to be on shaky ground, with reports 4 Iran-linked ships have passed through the stretch of water within the first 24 hours since it began.
A major challenge to US power in the Gulf is now unfolding. A sanctioned Iranian supertanker has sailed straight through the Strait of Hormuz. No interception, no concealment.
While Iranian cargo ships, some of them sanctioned supertankers the size of small cities, cruise right past American warships with their transponders blazing. They aren't even trying to hide. They are basically sending the White House a postcard from the open sea that reads, "Wish you were here and actually capable of stopping us." This is the backdrop against which Tehran has delivered its definitive answer to the extension of the fragile 2-week ceasefire brokered by Pakistan. A hard, uncompromising no. Unless the war is permanently ended, unless the criminal Benjamin Netanyahu is muzzled in Lebanon, and unless Washington stops playing these pathetic games of bomb and pause, the guns will not fall silent. And why should they? Barely 24 hours after reports confirmed that Iranian shipping had bypassed the so-called impenetrable American cordon without so much as a radio challenge, we learned that the U.S. Treasury, in a fit of desperate bureaucratic fury, is unleashing what they are embarrassingly calling economic fury, new sanctions designed to starve the Iranian people. At the same moment, we saw a coordinated, cowardly sabotage operation on Siri Island, decimating oil production capacity. It is an open secret that this was the work of the American-backed axis of aggression in the Gulf, a cowardly stab in the back while the ink on a peace proposal was still wet. Yet, in the face of this, Iran's skies over Tehran roared with a formation of fighter jets that, according to the bankrupt intelligence of Donald Trump, shouldn't even exist anymore. You remember that, right? The billions in taxpayer dollars spent on bombing paintings and...
Stop letting them increase your rates. I used to let them raise my car insurance every year until I found this huge loophole that insurance companies don't want you to know about.
And plywood decoys, while the real Iranian Air Force was safely tucked away underground, laughing at the sheer stupidity of the Pentagon. It is a moment of pure, unadulterated strategic farce, and the punchline is that America's military might have been exposed as a hollow, blustering fraud. Listen, before we get into the granular high-stakes details of how Tehran is redrawing the map of Middle Eastern power, I need you to do something for me. This isn't just content. This is a war of narratives, and the Western media apparatus is working overtime to sell you a fantasy where the United States is in control. Smash that like button and share this video right now. Drop a comment below, even if it's just a dot, or better yet, tell me exactly how you think this embarrassment ends for the White House. We have to overpower the algorithm that tries to bury the truth about the failure of this empire's foreign policy. And if you value honest, unfiltered journalism that doesn't grovel at the feet of Pentagon press releases, hit subscribe. It's the only way we keep this voice alive against the tidal wave of establishment propaganda. Now, let's talk about the spectacle of the blockade, because the humiliation is multi-layered and it is delicious. We have confirmed tracking data showing not one, not two, but multiple Iranian-linked vessels, including a massive, very large crude carrier capable of hauling 2 million barrels of oil, passing through the strait without any concealment. They didn't use the dark fleet tactics. They didn't turn off their AIS transponders, as Shinte says. They sailed through as if the U.S. Navy wasn't there, or more accurately, because the U.S. Navy is paralyzed by the knowledge of what awaits them if they actually try to board one of these ships. This is a catastrophic failure for the Trump administration. They spent days bloviating about immediate elimination of any ship that defied them. Instead, what did we get? American warships floating impotently, as the Iranian economy proved that the straits are, for all intents and purposes, under the operational control of the Islamic Republic. The significance of this cannot be overstated. It is not just a logistical win. It is a psychological castration of the American military threat in the Persian Gulf. This defiance sets the stage for the diplomatic hammer blow that followed. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Tehran has been crystal clear. There will be no ceasefire extension. The word ceasefire itself has become a dirty word in Tehran's corridors of power because it is a Western trick. A period of respite for the Israelis to rearm and for the Americans to reposition while the siege on Iranian civilians continues. Iran's position, articulated by Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and backed by the nation's military leadership, is that any further dialogue with the United States is contingent upon a comprehensive and permanent cessation of all hostilities across the entire Middle East. Specifically, the bombs must stop falling on Lebanon. This is non-negotiable. The Iranian delegation has made it clear that they will not even set foot in Islamabad or anywhere else for another round of negotiations, while the Lebanese resistance is being bombarded. And why should they? The Americans and the Israelis have proven time and again that their signature on a piece of paper is worth less than the ink it's written with. They talk peace while their mercenaries in the UAE blow up Siri Island's energy grid. They talk de-escalation while the Treasury Department rolls out Operation Economic Fury, a pathetic last-ditch attempt to weaponize the dollar to achieve what their billion-dollar warships could not. It is economic terrorism, plain and simple, and it has only hardened Iran's resolve to ensure that if the region burns, the American economy chokes on $10 a gallon gasoline. And let us be brutally honest about the architect of this chaos. Benjamin Netanyahu. This man is not merely a war criminal. He is a political vampire feeding on the corpse of American credibility. While Trump was groveling for a diplomatic off-ramp to save face, Netanyahu took to the airwaves with that familiar, sneering arrogance and declared that Israel is not bound by any agreement and retains the right to restart the war whenever he feels like it. This is the ultimate humiliation of the American puppet. The master's voice has been drowned out by the servant's rabid barking. Netanyahu has effectively told the world, and more importantly told Donald Trump, that the United States does not dictate the tempo of war in West Asia. He does. The Israeli premier's threats to resume the bombing of Iranian infrastructure and his continued massacres in Lebanon expose the ceasefire for what it always was, a Western ruse. But here's the calculation that Netanyahu, in his bunker-induced psychosis, has failed to make. He believes he is playing with a weakened Iran. He is catastrophically wrong. The Iranian military, which includes the Strategic Command, has been observing this dance of deception and is rapidly expanding a new asymmetric operational doctrine. In recent high-level military assessments in Tehran, the plan is no longer simply to defend Iranian soil. It is to ensure that the next time a shot is fired, the entire geography of the occupied territories becomes untenable. The plan is to deny the enemy a single moment of false hope or stability. The idea is to let the Americans and their Gulf lackeys believe their blockade is working, to let them steam their destroyers into the narrows of Hormuz with a smug sense of invincibility, and then, with a precision that will shock the world, to turn those multi-billion-dollar assets into artificial reefs at the bottom of the Persian Gulf. To understand why Iran is so confident in this false hope strategy, you only have to look at the sky over Tehran. It was one of the most devastating and poetic rebukes to American warmongering in modern history. For weeks, Donald Trump and his propaganda machine in the U.S. media told the world that the Iranian Air Force was gone, that American air superiority was absolute, that they had bombed the Islamic Republic back to the Stone Age. It turns out the American taxpayer just financed the world's most expensive paint stripping operation. The American and Israeli air forces have been bombing decoys, literal drawings and wooden mock-ups of fighter jets, as Iranian squadrons, real, metal, combat-ready aircraft, took to the skies over the capital in a massive patrol and show of force. It became impossible for even the most brainwashed American cable news viewer to ignore the truth. Iran's aerial defense network is not just intact, it is flourishing, and it is mocking you. The downing of advanced American aircraft during the conflict was not a fluke. It was a demonstration of a robust, layered, and largely untouched air defense capability. The fact that the U.S. had to stage a desperate clandestine rescue operation for a downed F-15E pilot deep inside Iranian territory, an operation that nearly turned into a catastrophic failure, only underscores how utterly delusional the American assessment of Iran's military strength has been. They cannot secure the skies. They cannot secure the seas. All they can do is sabotage oil rigs in the dead of night and hide behind sanctions. This brings us to the final, crucial component of Iran's stance: the historical and strategic imperative to reject this farcical extension. There is a deep institutional memory in Iran that the West conveniently forgets. Ceasefires with the United States have always been one-sided traps. Look at the history of the JCPOA nuclear deal. Iran complied with every letter of the agreement, allowed the most intrusive inspections in history, and opened its economy. The reward? Donald Trump tore up the agreement unilaterally and imposed the harshest sanctions ever levied on a nation, all while Europe stood by and did absolutely nothing. Then look at the history of maritime warfare in the Gulf. In 1988, the USS Vincennes, an American guided missile cruiser, shot down Iran Air Flight 655 over the Persian Gulf, murdering 290 innocent civilians, including 66 children. The United States never apologized. They gave the captain a medal. So when an American official today stands up and talks about freedom of navigation and international law, the people of Iran hear the language of pirates and child killers. That is not hyperbole. That is the lived experience of a nation that has been under siege by this same empire for over 4 decades. This is why the Supreme Leader's military advisors have issued the stark, unequivocal warning that any American vessel attempting to police the Strait of Hormuz will be sunk. Your ships will be sunk by our missiles. It is not a bluff. It is a promise rooted in the certainty that the United States cannot stomach a prolonged, high-casualty conflict against a determined, technologically sophisticated adversary. America is a glass jaw wrapped in a steel hull. And the Iranian military has spent decades perfecting the art of the first punch that shatters that glass into a million pieces. So as we watch the drama unfold in the coming hours and days, understand this: the period of false hopes is over. The blockade has failed. The air campaign against decoys has failed. The economic fury is a paper tiger. Benjamin Netanyahu has humiliated his master and cornered himself into a war. He cannot win against a Lebanese resistance that grows stronger with every bomb dropped on Beirut. The Iranian military stands on the precipice of a new operational phase, one designed not just to survive the American onslaught, but to bring the war to the doorstep of those who started it. Stay with us, because the ground beneath this story is shifting by the minute, and as always, the truth is on the side of the resistance.
The 47th President of the United States, Donald Trump, continues to make strange statements that shock not only his opponents, but even his associates. So, on the evening of April 15th, the current occupant of the White House bluntly stated that the war with Iran is almost over. Furthermore, speaking with American journalists, Donald Trump also said that the world should be grateful to him for launching military operations against Iran. According to Trump, if he had not given the order to start a war, the world would have received Iran armed with nuclear weapons. At the same time, Trump noted that the United States has inflicted so much damage on Iran that if the war stops now, it will take the Iranians 20 years to rebuild their country. Furthermore, Donald Trump also said that he is not going to curtail the military campaign against Iran yet, and that the Iranians allegedly want to make a deal with him, and are doing everything to end this war as quickly as possible. It is noteworthy that right after that, many American senators condemned Trump's actions and statements. For example, Senator Chuck Schumer called Trump an extremely sick man. According to him, every Republican who refuses to vote against this insane war in the Middle East is responsible for all its consequences. Furthermore, on the same day, German Foreign Minister Johann Wadefuhl also lashed out at the US president. According to him, Trump's actions violate international law and undermine global stability, turning the United States into an unpredictable player who puts the world on the brink of a new global war. Meanwhile, the Iranian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has made a rather alarming statement. In particular, Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Esmail Baghaei bluntly stated that Tehran is not conducting any negotiations with Washington, and that all consultations between the parties are continuing exclusively through Pakistani intermediaries. Moreover, Esmail Baghaei stated that all rumors that the United States and Iran are allegedly close to extending the two-week truce are false. According to him, the United States and Iran have not yet agreed to extend the ceasefire after April 22. It is worth noting that the day before, representatives of the Russian Security Council called on Iran not to believe a single word of Donald Trump. According to them, the US president is bluffing when he says that the war in the Middle East will end very soon. According to Russia, the United States can launch another strike against Iran at any moment, even during the negotiation process. As evidence of a new strike being prepared by the United States, Moscow pointed out that during the entire two-week truce.
Revolutionary salute to our family, Ricardo, for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, soldier salute.
The Pentagon continued to deploy thousands of soldiers and weapons systems to the Middle East. Against this backdrop, Moscow called on Tehran to be prepared for any development of events, even for a ground operation by the US-Israeli coalition against Iran. My dear truth seekers, it is worth noting that even American think tanks acknowledge the fact that the United States continues to reinforce its group in the Middle East. On April 15, citing their own Pentagon sources, they confirmed that U.S. Central Command had already deployed about 10,000 troops and several warships in the Middle East. Thus, as of April 16, 2026, the total number of American troops in the Middle East has already exceeded 50,000 people. All this indicates that all of Trump's statements about an early settlement of the conflict do not correspond to the truth, and that the United States is preparing a crushing blow against Iran, with the possible use of a ground operation to seize Iran's main oil refining capacity, as well as enriched uranium. Against this backdrop, we should also not forget the position of Israel, which longs for the complete destruction of Iran. In the midst of all of this, even the most optimistic experts strongly doubt that the current war in the Middle East will be resolved in the near future. Meanwhile, 48 hours after Donald Trump announced the start of the naval blockade of the Strait of Hormuz by American warships, it became clear that the U.S. Navy failed to do the intended task. For example, on April 15, American warships were unable to stop any vessels from leaving and entering the Strait of Hormuz. According to data from the World Shipping Council, at least 9 vessels, including 5 oil tankers associated with Iran and under U.S. sanctions, freely entered the Gulf of Oman and headed towards the Indian Ocean. Furthermore, the American warships did not even stop the Iranian supertanker, with 2 million barrels of oil on board. At the same time, it is reported that this Iranian oil tanker was traveling with identification systems turned on, and did not take any disguising measures. The task of blocking the Strait of Hormuz turned out to be so difficult that the U.S. Navy was forced to abandon the practice of the selective passage of oil tankers, and completely blocked the passage to the strait. However, even with the strait completely blocked, Iranian oil tankers continued to operate freely in both the Gulf of Oman and the Strait of Hormuz. It is noteworthy that experts have already called everything that is happening a humiliating failure of the United States. According to them, the U.S. Navy was unable to organize an effective naval blockade of Iranian ports and the Strait of Hormuz. Even the selective passage of ships and the complete blocking of passage to the Strait of Hormuz failed to ensure that the objectives set by Donald Trump are achieved. Meanwhile, on April 15, the American command officially acknowledged that on April 9, a reconnaissance drone MQ-4C Triton crashed over the Persian Gulf, near the Strait of Hormuz. At the same time, the U.S. military refused to say exactly what caused the loss of this expensive aircraft. An official statement from the U.S. Navy press service says that this aircraft transmitted an emergency signal, after which it disappeared from radar. It is noteworthy that on April 9, right after the first reports of the loss of the MQ-4C Triton by the United States began to appear, the IRGC declared that Iran's air defenses shot down this aircraft. My dear truth seekers, the high-altitude long-endurance unmanned aerial vehicle MQ-4C Triton is one of the most expensive and advanced aircraft in the U.S. arsenal. The cost of this unmanned aerial vehicle is estimated at $250 million. Furthermore, given that the United States has only 20 such strategic drones in service, even the loss of one would seriously damage the U.S. Navy's combat capability in the Middle East. Thus, the IRGC has once again proved that all of Trump's statements about Iran's air defenses being destroyed by the United States do not correspond to reality.
Iran is not just preparing for round two, it's preparing from experience. After unleashing massive drone barrages during the war, Tehran is now scaling up the very weapon that defined the battlefield: unmanned aerial power. During the conflict, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps launched waves of drones and missiles across the region, targeting Israel, striking US military bases, and hitting strategic sites across Gulf countries. Hundreds of drones were fired in coordinated attacks, overwhelming air defenses and hitting installations hosting American troops in places like Kuwait, Bahrain, and Iraq. The scale and spread of these strikes exposed how drone warfare can stretch even the most advanced defense systems. Now, Iran says it has multiplied that capability tenfold. Military officials claim drone production has surged dramatically in just 7 months, turning what was already a key weapon into a central pillar of its war strategy.
The production of our destructive kamikaze drones increased tenfold in the 7 months following the 12-day war compared to the period before it. All operational plans that were carried out in the third imposed war were written by the martyred Lieutenant General Musavi in the 7 months prior to the war and were communicated to all forces, including aerospace and the army. If the enemy attempts to carry out operations again, the system of the Islamic Republic, with the foresight it has already made, will undoubtedly respond.
And the message is blunt. If the United States or Israel strike again, Iran says it will retaliate decisively. The difference now, those retaliatory strikes will be backed by a far larger, battle-tested drone arsenal. From the Gulf to Israel, Iran's drone barrages have already reshaped the conflict. Now Tehran is banking on that proven aerial might, not just as a weapon of war, but as a tool of deterrence for whatever comes next.
Whoa, what is it? We go, move.
Here's 2 minutes.
Don't you worry a little bit. That was the message. How far from reality is that? However, unfortunately, pretty far. And we're going to try to assess that today with our favorite guest, Daniel Davis Deep Dive, Larry Johnson, former CIA intel analyst and the king at sonar21.com and a son of the New American Revolution on Substack. We're going to be getting into that as well today. Larry, welcome back to the show as always.
Yeah, it's good to be the king.
It is. Long live the king. We'll say this is a Yes Kings rally if we can do something like that. But listen, I just couldn't help but shake my head and listen with the confidence with which the Secretary of War was speaking today, and the certitude that the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff were talking. And if that's all I did, if all I did is sit there and listen to that conference today, I thought, man, this thing's practically wrapped up. I mean, we got maybe a week left of this, maybe another visit to Islamabad to give the final edict to the Iranians, and bam, this thing's going to be over because they got nothing. What do you think? Were you able to see that press conference?
Fortunately I missed it, but we're beginning to sound like, and maybe Gary can pull this up, the Black Knight from the Monty Python movie, the Holy Grail. Remember the Black Knight was the one who he first they cut off his arm, then they cut off his other arm, then they cut off both legs, and he still insisted, come on, I'm gonna bite you, like they could still fight. That's sort of what the United States has become. We keep pretending that we're this massive military force, and yes, we can drop bombs with the best of them, but we dare not let any of our ships get close to the Iranian shore because they get shot at. And we can't really deploy troops on the ground, so we're in pretend mode. And here's Pete Hegseth. He's a live, what they call LARPing, live action role playing. That's what he's doing. Just give him an airsoft gun and make him think that he's really in charge.
Well, for anybody who may not have seen it, you didn't, and yet you perfectly described what you saw. Let me show you this. This is not an AI video. We did not make this up so that he can say what we tell him to say. This is what he actually said, talking about how we are in charge and they can't do squat.
This blockade, which the chairman will detail this morning, is the polite way that this can go. Your energy is not moving and will not move, and we can do this all day. You like to say publicly, Iran, that you control the Strait of Hormuz, but you don't have a Navy or real domain awareness. You can't control.
See, these people know Americans really have no idea where Iran at, the geography. They're not looking on no map. So they want people to think it's a naval blockade of Iran, all right? Iran is surrounded. You're not getting nothing out. Bro, Iran is next door to Afghanistan. You got Russia. You got China. You know, you have all these places. It's land routes from Iran to China. Then you have the Caspian Sea. And the U.S. Navy not in the Caspian Sea. That's controlled by Russia. You know, but it's to project power, project strength. The world know they full of shit, but this is all to fool the American people. That's what's so crazy about this shit. Nothing's going in, nothing's going out. Bro, if it was true they were surrounded, it's land routes that go straight to their allies. This is ridiculous.
Anything. To be clear, threatening to shoot missiles and drones at ships, commercial ships that are lawfully transiting international waters, that is not control. That's piracy. That's terrorism. The United States Navy controls the traffic going in and out of the strait. And we're doing this blockade, performing it with less than 10% of America's naval power.
Wait. What?
Oh, sorry.
Listen, I mean, there's a number of things here. Let's just jump into the first one here. But he's saying, yeah, you don't have a Navy, not a real one anyway, so you don't control anything. When you look at the Strait of Hormuz and the ship traffic coming out since the 28th of February, do they really have the ability to are they in charge of anything in the Strait?
Yeah, well, if they weren't in charge and if they weren't controlling it, why would we be putting up a blockade? Huh? I mean, if we got full control, if we're the man, if we're in such great power, then why do we have to have a blockade? Because Iran doesn't have a Navy, so they can't stop anybody, can they? Oh, yeah, there's that little problem of it's not just missiles, coastal defense, cruise missiles, close range ballistic missiles, underwater drones, on surface drones, aerial drones. Yeah, they've got quite an arsenal that they can say, hey, if you come across this line, we're going to shoot you. What most of the world hasn't focused on is they've deployed the George H.W. Bush aircraft carrier. It's headed that way, more military force on scene, but it sailed across the Atlantic and then it got there to the Straits of Gibraltar. It had to to make a decision. Do we want to enter the Mediterranean and then go through the Suez Canal and then sail down the Red Sea with all of our might and our military power and our grandeur? No, let's take the long way. Let's go down the coast of Africa, because if we get in the Red Sea, we might get shot. So really, I mean, that's the display of the mighty power of the U.S. Navy. So yeah, Hegseth, God, he is like a caricature. It just, for some, if I was Princeton, I'd revoke his degree, because he's an embarrassment to Princeton. If that's the quality of students that you get with that kind of thought process, good Lord, it's disgraceful. The United States is we're also doing sort of pretend war. We're keeping our ships far enough offshore so we reduce the risk that they're going to get hit with one of those cruise missiles or one of those ballistic missiles and drones. We don't have enough ships to actually cover that broad area, and we keep warning ships, don't go that way or don't do this, but we haven't stopped a single one, not one. In part because they don't really have the ships with the helicopters in place that can go do that. They're threatening with destroyers. Well, destroyers have they have these missiles, and they've got a limited number of those. But the other thing he's forgetting is these ships are not self-sufficient. At some point, they have to go to port to refit, refuel. So we can't just keep them out there forever. And they're gonna. So then it gets to the question: well, where do they go? Well, Diego Garcia is the only, it's the only berth in the ocean there for them. So, yeah, this is going to turn into a fiasco. It remains to be seen if they're going to actually try to stop a Chinese ship, because with all the ships out there, it's not like they come pre-registered saying, "Hey, I'm pro-Iranian," or I'm Saudi, or you don't know. Hello, you still there?
Sorry about that. Sorry. Yeah. So the question is, like you said, how long can we keep doing this? But what's the utility of doing it anyway? Because if you have this blockade and there's nothing already coming through, because it was already blockaded from the other side, other than a few ships that come from their side. So the only thing you can say is that, well, now we're going to add your ships to the blockade. So you're blockading this half, we're blockading that half. So together we're working on making sure nothing comes out, even though a few have come through. But on that point though, there's one of the things he said, which I just kind of cringed. I'm like, you did not go there, which is that he wants to pull out the legal card. That now then it's the Iranians that are doing something illegal and they're pirates.
Yeah.
What do you say to that compared to, I don't know, our activities?
Yeah, us blowing boats out of the water just because we decide that they are carrying narcotics without one piece of evidence, killing people who are out on the high sea who are not shooting at us. Yeah, he's in no place to talk about international law. All he is now, in my view, is an international criminal. There ought to be a war crimes tribunal, and he should be tried, court-martialed, sentenced. But this is the hypocrisy. It seems to be the currency in Washington D.C. these days.
It's interesting. You mentioned, or you were talking about the duration of this. I checked this morning, and a lot of people that are for the administration want to say, "Oh, well, we've done this before. Reagan did it. He escorted all these ships through, and all this kind of stuff." And I know that the situations were radically different, even though they don't want to talk about that. But the point I wanted to zero in on is that we had, and I think it was 30 ships that were involved in this operation, which lasted 14 months. So can we pull this off for 14 months? And as I understand, there's a total of 17 ships, not 30. Do we have that many more ships to pull it?
Well, let's recall what that oil escort operation was, 1987, 1988. So this was the height of the Iraq War, Iraq attacking Iran, in which we were funding that war, helping fund it for Iraq. We were providing the chemical weapons, the weapons of mass destruction that were used, that we later then used as justification for invading Iraq. They got these weapons of mass destruction. Forget the fact that we were the ones that provided the damn things. Iran at that time did not have a ballistic missile capability. They didn't have cruise missiles. They were, in fact, some of the missiles they got, they did get some, I think, some anti-tank missiles. They got those from Ali North. Remember, the United States was selling Iran some weapons.
Iran-Contra, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that was called Iran-Contra. So that was going on. But our ships, we had free access, and we basically had a free run of the Persian Gulf at that time. Iran basically, they had gunboats. And a friend of mine who's a Navy SEAL commander, he commanded the Hercules barge, and one night they were attacked by about 24 Iranian gunboats, and they dispatched them. So Iran didn't have the kind of military power that it does now. It's a completely different world. So so our ships could go to port in Bahrain or into Qatar, or it was a piece of cake. They don't have that now.
Nor do we have 30 ships.
Yeah.
That's another one of the problems. Now, it's interesting. You and I aren't the only ones that are seeing this. And I think this is probably more evidence of the diminishing respect of the United States. And I'm talking about among our allies. Here is Sean Bell on Sky News after he watched this press conference this morning, had this to say.
Iran has attacked some shipping in there. Therefore, it has managed to put its foot on the throat of one of the key arterial routes. 20-25% of global energy goes through there. In a way, it feels quite bizarre that America's then claim, no, you don't control it, we control it. There's quite rightly, American blockade is incredibly impressive. That was what Admiral Kane was talking about. No other nation in the world could do it the way they are. But I'm not entirely clear how if you blockade a strait that's already closed, how that actually helps.
I mean,
yeah, logic.
how does that help?
Yeah, well, and particularly since the reason we're blockading it is we want to have it open. And you're going, this is like the corollary. So the Vietnam phrase says we got to save the village, we got to destroy it. Now we can add, the Iran war part of this, which is to open the strait, we have to blockade it. Good.
Okay. Well, now it makes so much more sense.
Yeah,
So,
right.
so
I mean, look, right there, it shows how ridiculous and poorly thought through this thing is. That they keep throwing. The original intent was all we got to do is kill the top leadership. We do this decapitation strike. The people are going to rise up and they're going to overthrow the government. That'll work. Then when that didn't work, you said, now what? We got to get the strait open, except, Trump's position on this has been, we really don't care. We don't get anything out of there. So, it doesn't matter to us, to insisting, okay, you Europeans, you got to go open the strait. Then Trump's Easter rant where, he's dropping F-bombs and calling them crazy. You got to open it now. And then now we're shutting it. We're blockading it. So, if you're some other country watching this, trying to figure out what the United States is doing, you'd be justifiably confused.
And as we all are, and the whole issue, it's so ironic because it's also not contradictory. Because remember, in the first part of this, the first couple of weeks, when it was clear that it was going to be a big issue for the price of oil, et cetera, because there was so much oil not getting out, that President Trump and the administration had to say, all right, let's relieve some sanctions on Russia so they can get more oil onto the global market, keep that price at least under 100, and we'll release some sanctions. Oh, remember Bessent coming out saying we're going to out jujitsu the Iranians by lowering the sanctions on them and allowing them to sell more oil, and tricks on them because now then they're going to make, they made more money. But remember, that was the point. Now then, we have said, all right, even that, we're going to close that off too. So how does that, I mean, in any jujitsu way, how does this end up getting the strait open and solving the problem that we tried to do in the opposite direction a few weeks ago?
Yeah, not only does it not solve the problem, it actually exacerbates the situation. So when Iran put the hold on the chokehold on the strait following the attack on 28 February by the United States and Israel, you already had oil tankers that were sailing out of the Strait of Hormuz, and that had just left the day before. Those tankers don't travel fast, so at that point, the actual supply of oil, the amount of oil that was available, had not actually been cut. It was what Iran did was disrupt future flows of oil, and those tankers travel pretty slow. They can cover about 200 miles a day. So if you're sailing from the Strait of Hormuz, 3,000 miles to the east, to go to, say, Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan, maybe that's 4,000 miles. So that takes let's say 40 days. Gee, okay, where are we at now in this war? Let's see, 28 February, 31 days in March, that's 32. And now we're on day 16, 48 days. So we're coming right up on we're on the verge of being on the 8th week. That oil that was out there on the ocean already it's been arriving again during this entire, the last 7 weeks. And now, starting starting on, let's say, Monday and going forward, the actual world supply of oil will be contracting and contracting dramatically to the tune of at least 20%. So that,
and Larry, to put a finer point on that, let's see, let me get the exact place here. On the 20th of April, so that is 4 days from now, the final shipments that left the port right before this war started will arrive in Malaysia and Australia. And that's it. That's the last one. And none of that pipeline is being filled. So even if this thing gets over this weekend, miraculously, it won't. But even if it did, then because all these guys, after they unload, what are they going to do? They can't just do the normal thing and start coming back to get the next load. They're just sitting in a port somewhere. So once you turn that on, it could take another 48 days before they get somewhere and then get back to where they're going. So there's some real problems here.
Yeah. So the actual shortages that were caused by shuttering the strait, the actual supply has not been felt until now. And now going forward, that pain is there will be actually there's no other supply out there that you can replace it with. And so what do these two knuckleheads, Trump and Bessent, decide is a great idea? Oh, we're going to reimpose the sanctions on Russian oil to try to make it more difficult for people to get Russian oil, and do the same with the Iranian oil. So this is going to thrust the world, I believe, into an economic depression, not just a recession, not just a hiccup, but it's going to be a severe blow. And I've got some insight into, here in the United States, we shouldn't be affected. We're number one producer of oil. We've got plenty of oil, but one of my neighbors, he has a cattle ranch. He lives here in our neighborhood, but the ranch is 20 miles out away from here. He said with the combination of having to pay $2 more per gallon for diesel, that the cost of fertilizer has tripled. And then we've had a drought here in Manatee County, and so he's having to buy more hay for his cattle. And he said last year he was buying bundles, he'd be paying $40 for a bale of hay, and he used about 40 bundles, so that's $1,600. Now those bales of hay, he said, which are scarce, they're tough to come by, he needs 90 to 100, and they're costing $90 a bale,
more than double.
Oh, wow. So you go from $1,600 to $9,000. Holy, that's about 5 times the price. So, and he says, we're running in the red. And he's not, it's not unique to him. This is happening to farmers across the United States. Just imagine what is happening to farmers in countries outside the United States where they don't have some of the resources that we do. So this is setting actually in motion the potential for a global food crisis, because these farmers, they'll shut down. What we might be seeing, for example, like with beef, because farmers would go bankrupt, there'll be a sudden supply of beef because they had to sell them all, and they get they're on market. But then once that beef is gone, there's no more in line coming. So this is what Trump has done. Has set in motion an economic catastrophe, it's going to hit different countries in different ways. But like Europe, they're suffering. Will start in earnest probably in a couple of weeks. But Asia now is feeling the pain big time because there are no more ships with oil coming.
This might be the only delivery service that actually feels chef made, because it is. This is Cook Unity, and if you're someone that enjoys delicious food without having...
Well, and one of the things that really concerns me about that is something you published in sonar21.com. Watch what Trump does, ignore what he says, but that's one thing. But what really got my attention here, and in light of what you just said, is this part right here. Trump genuinely believes that the U.S. has vanquished Iran, and he does not comprehend the massive economic damage that the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is doing to the global economy. His declining.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Vincent Brown Scott for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family.
Mental state is dangerous because he is prone to make rash decisions based solely on his emotional state at the time. And you said that this was something you got from talking to Robert Barnes, who's also a friend of our show here. I wonder if you could tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, this is, Robert said, and he's close to people that are friends with J.D. Vance, but he said the administration officials, Susie Wiles and people like John Ratcliffe and Marco Rubio, that level, they began noticing changes in Donald Trump last fall that became very short-tempered, was forgetting things that he had agreed to, and was saying things that he genuinely, sincerely believed were true, even though they were not. And any attempt to correct him would result in him, pushing back and becoming angry. And I likened it to, stories you hear about this alcoholic father who's abusive, and the kids, tiptoe around on eggshells. Don't make daddy mad, or daddy's gonna, punch us or hurt us. That is the situation the United States is in now with Donald Trump. We are in the throes of someone who's behaving like an alcoholic abuser, and it is dangerous because you don't have. He's not somebody that you can come into and give him bad news, to tell him, hey, this thing that you're doing, it's going to blow up in your face, and no, you can't tell him that he's wrong. And so that's what we're seeing here, because this the 10-point plan was accepted basically by J.D. Vance. He didn't do it just on his own. He coordinated it with others in the administration. But when Trump started getting pressure, and Trump was aware of it too, but when he started getting the pressure, the pushback from the Zionist crowd, he then completely reversed himself and forgot that he had agreed to it. And so then that led to this, strange scene that we saw unfold in Islamabad of, J.D. Vance not being the real negotiator. He had to constantly get on the phone to say, may I do this? May I do that? And he did that with both Trump and Bibi Netanyahu.
Right. That by itself is a big problem here.
Yeah.
But let me tell you what's another problem. I mean, that alone, we could just stop right there, and there's the alarm bell should be going off, because for all the things that preceded this part of our conversation, where you just laid out economic things that are already baked in, that we're already in trouble. And by the way, that mirrors what we had of Commodore Steve Jeremy on the show a couple of days ago, where he came to the same conclusion, had data for it, et cetera. So there is mounting evidence, and he wasn't alone either. Gary had shown a couple of headlines of some other economists that are coming to the same conclusions. People see it out there. Okay, if President Trump is suffering mental decline, then you can attribute something to that. You can say, all right, well, man, that's really bad, but at least I understand where it's coming from. It's more difficult when you see other people who, at least allegedly, are not suffering mental decline, also having this kind of detached from reality moment. And then we've already talked a little bit about Secretary Hexeth, but here's one more thing that he said this morning from the press conference that seems even worse than Trump.
You have no defense industry, no ability to replenish your offensive or defensive capabilities. You only have what you have. You know that, and we know that. You can move things around, but you can't actually rebuild. You can dig out for now, but you can't reconstitute. But we can. We are reloading with more power than ever before, and better intelligence, even more importantly, better intelligence than ever before, as you expose yourself with your movement to our watchful eye.
To our watchful eye.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 40.
That's prose is just annoys me, as you can tell. Now, I think one of the other things you wrote on Sonar 21 was that you expect that we're getting ready for some kind of a resumption of this war. And he kind of alluded to it right there by claiming, we're rebuilding, we're restocking, but you can't. So let me just ask you factually, is his comments about the Iranian side accurate? But basically, they're just a shell of a country, and they can just move around the rubble, and that's about it. So we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, no, it's the exact opposite. I've had friends in the military who are active duty who are aware of what's going on, and they're expressing great concern that China has provided Iran now with some additional capabilities that frankly were described as capabilities that we don't have, that Iran could use. And but apart from that, Iran's not the one that's run out of Patriot missiles. Iran is not the one that's run out of THAAD missiles. Iran is not the one who's exhausted its supply of Tomahawk missiles. And the same for JASSMs and JDAMs. That would be the United States. And despite all this, bravado expressed by Pete Hegseth, the fact is that there are limitations to what we can produce now, in part because of our dependency on China for rare earth minerals, and China's not they're being a little stingy with those right now, which is why we've got F-35s being delivered without the radar and the nose cone, because we don't have the magnets that are required for those radars to operate, because China has those and we don't. And so our solution is to put the plates from a dumbbell or from that you'd find at Gold's Gym, put those in the nose cone, about 40 to 60 pounds worth, to compensate for not having the radar there. Now, this is so, it's childish how he's approaching it, how he's talking about it, because the fact of the matter is the Israelis blew up one of a railroad, including a bridge, and the Iranians got it rebuilt in 2 days. So, they're not sitting around. And that, again, this kind of underestimation of the Iranians is why we've had such difficulty, because we were supposed to crush them in 3 days. And instead, here we are, we're ending the 7th week, getting ready to start week 8. And so that's a full 2 months.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello. So, Gary, could you pull that headline back up, the one you just had there about locked and loaded? The second part of what Secretary Hegseth said there also bears some acknowledgement. Now, we are low in all those categories of weapons that you mentioned, whether it's the THAADs, the PAC-3s, the Tomahawks, the JASSMs, I think SM-6s or something, SM-3s. We're low on a lot of those, but we still have them. And we have definitely been rolling a lot of stuff. The data trackers are pretty clear on that. A lot of the transports have been coming in, certainly to restock. So he's probably telling the truth there. But the question is, even if we have reloaded and we are locked and loaded, and if he says to finish the job of destroying Iran's energy grid, tell us what you think is the likelihood that will finally compel Iran through coercion to do what we want to do, to do what we want, which is open the Strait of Hormuz and give up all their nuclear reprocessed material and have zero enrichment. How close will they come to doing that if we do what he says here?
Yeah, it would be totally ineffective. But number one, the Iranian power grid is not a centralized system dependent upon 1 or 2 nuclear power plants. It's actually highly decentralized. So, and then to actually try to destroy them, we're going to have to put airplanes over Iranian territory. And what I am told now is Iran's air defense has been tremendously upgraded. And they are now in a position where they will be able to fairly easily shoot down our fourth generation fighters. So, we'll see things like, and even the F-35 will be quite vulnerable. So, this is, it's not this idea that you're locked and loaded with a limitless supply. No, it's just the opposite. We don't have a limitless supply. And the more the United States expends ordnance-wise on Iran, it drains resources from other commands. And Chinese are loving this because they've recognized the United States has been talking about attacking China for the last 5 years, and what better way to carry out a war than by having this proxy war where the United States suffers from attrition that they then no longer are able to use against China.
I want to ask you something else too. Well, let's look actually before I even get to the next part here. Let's stay on this same topic here. So Hegseth says we're locked and loaded, we're ready to go. We come to the end of this, whether it's the formal end of the ceasefire, whether it gets extended or not, whatever point that the kinetics get turned back on. And let's just say that he does exactly what he says and he starts hitting all those targets. What will be the Iranian retaliation for that? Will they just absorb it and suck it down and then surrender, or will they do something different?
Yeah, no, they've made it quite clear. They're going to, they will destroy the power grids, power systems in all the Gulf Arab nations and in Israel. And they'll make it impossible for the U.S. to, whatever presence it has at some of the bases that are still inhabited, they'll become uninhabitable. So Iran is, they're in a place where they still have some room to escalate. And we have limited options with respect to conventional escalation. Yeah, we have nuclear options, but then that opens up a whole nother dynamic because then China and Russia get involved.
Well, so that would seem to be incredibly contradictory to our objective, which is to get the Strait opened up so that the flow of oil can go out. So if we take military action designed to compel compliance, but the reaction, the reasonable expectation of a reaction is going to be to harm the oil infrastructure of those very Gulf countries that we would need to get the flow back on, meaning they can't, even if you've got the Strait opened back up, which would then exacerbate every one of those economic issues you just raised a minute ago. So kind of seems like we shouldn't do that.
Well, not only that, and Trump is pushing this nonsense that, hey, we got all this oil. Look at all these ships are coming to us. Okay, but the broader point is that 20% of what was out there on the market is no longer there. And so this now gets into just conventional basic economics of supply and demand. So now we've reduced the supply by 20%. And there's no other place, there's no other country that can just flip a switch and suddenly produce more to make up for that 20%.
Well, and I wanted to bring that point up too, because this whole idea that there's all these empty ships that are racing to get here, it's not like we have extra oil to give. We already produce and sell about 10 million barrels per day, roughly speaking, of all different kinds of products. We can't just say, all right, you know what, let's make up for that 14. And instead of producing 10, let's produce 24. And let's get that, 10, 12, 14 million barrels a day out there. We don't have it. We're already selling at max capacity. Even if by a miracle we could produce somewhat more, we don't have the facilities. We don't have extra ports that can take extra tankers. We're already at near max capacity. So it's meaningless, and it doesn't change the dynamic on the global amount of oil.
Well, and not only that, let's say, because these are not government-owned oil wells, so the government has not set the price. So the oil that comes out of a refinery as gasoline, and so let's say you got a ship from Japan that showed up, and they say, sorry, I can't. This has already been bought by Florida. They're paying $80 a barrel, and the Japanese say, tell you what, we'll give you 100. Hey, okay, so the demand for oil is going to drive the price up here in the United States because producers here, if they see that they can make more money elsewhere, they'll go make more money elsewhere. And that's why the full weight of this is not hit. What we do know is right now, as of yesterday, the oil off a tanker that pulled into Singapore, $210 a barrel, even though we're showing that the futures market is saying it's $90 or $95. But when you get that kind of gap between what people are actually paying for right now and then what they're going to pay for in 2 months, this disruption for right now to return, to have any hope of returning to the making up for that 20% loss, getting that back in the system, that would take, if everything stops today and we just go back to normal, it's still going to be 3 months minimum, 3 months. So
Yeah, and
3 months
how
of
much-
shortages and high prices.
and how much more damage could be done in the meantime. I got some breaking news here literally 1 minute ago. President Trump just posted this. He said, I had an excellent conversation with the highly respected President Joseph Aoun of Lebanon and Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. These two leaders have agreed that in order to achieve peace between their countries, they will formally begin a 10-day ceasefire at 5 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesday. Well, I guess that's today. On Tuesday, the two countries met for the first time in 34 years here in Washington, D.C. Rubio and I have directed Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Rubio, together with Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Raisin Kane, to work with Israel and Lebanon to achieve a lasting peace. It has been my honor to solve 9 wars. He needs a Nobel Peace Prize big time quick across the world, and this would be my 10th. So, man, let's get her done. I didn't hear anything in this comment here about Hezbollah, however, and if they're the ones that are actually fighting. So what do you make of this?
Yeah, no, this is part of the U.S. strategy. What they want to do is get the Lebanese fighting Hezbollah. That's all this is about. And
but I mean, even in that, Lebanon per se, the armed forces of Lebanon, they're not fighting. So what do they cease firing?
Yeah, well, yeah, this means Israel's going to stop bombing them for now. You know what?
Okay, it could apply to them. Hopefully, it does.
What most Americans don't understand. I bet you 95% of Americans would be unable to tell you, how long this war in Lebanon and who started it. So just a quick history dump. This thing started in 1975 when a group of Christians called Phalangists, Lebanese Christians, attacked a group of Muslims, the Shia, and killed them, massacred women, children. There's about 35 massacred. That then started the civil war because Lebanon is divided between, they've got Christians. The Christians, I guess, have always been sort of the president of Lebanon. The Shia, they've been the poorest ones in the country. The Sunnis, and then also some Druze. And so you've had this sectarian strife. And that initial civil war that started in 75, the Israelis backed those Christians attacking the Muslims. That thing continued until 1990, 15 years. Yeah. So you've never really had a peaceful settlement. And, the 80s were particularly turbulent because you had the bombings of the U.S. Embassy, the attack on the Marines, killed 241. You had a number of Americans taken hostage. And all of that was taking place again in the backdrop because the United States was involved with attacking Iran, using Iraq as a proxy. And the United States was involved siding with Israel, attacking Muslims in Lebanon. So we've been mucking around, meddling in that part of the world for quite a while. So now, here's another play where they're going to try to get the Lebanese government to attack Hezbollah. And all it's going to do is unleash.
If I'm wrong, but that's what the Israelis want. They want civil war in Lebanon. They want the fraction in Iran. They have it in Syria at the moment. I mean, that appears to be their modus operandi. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, exactly right. They're divide. They take divide and conquer as the heart of their strategy. And let's recall that back when that whole civil war started in 1975, there were Shia Muslims, a group that were backed by I think Amal was backed by Bashar al-Assad in Syria, And it was Iran then that came in to support what then later in 82 became known as Hezbollah. So it was not always a simple matter that like Assad was marching in lockstep with Iran. No, it hasn't been the case. And let's not forget that Turkey is going to now be playing around on this playground as well. So this is not really good news that Israel's going to stop attacking Lebanon. That doesn't mean that the war is going to stop in southern Lebanon as Hezbollah and the Israeli Defense Forces are battling each other.
Yeah, we'll see if it applies. And that was also one of the prerequisites for the Iranian side to enter into ceasefire to ceasefire at all and to an end to war negotiations. They said they wanted the release of some of their frozen funds, and they wanted the Lebanon to be included, Hezbollah specifically, to be included in the ceasefire, which of course it hadn't been. So now we'll see if this actually takes place. We'll see if it stops, and we'll see if that helps, because there's still supposed to be working out some final deals for their resumption of these negotiations in Islamabad here in the next 24 or 48 hours. We'll see if that happens. Yeah. But one more thing that I want to point out here. You mentioned in Sonar 21 about the problems with the cognitive ability of the president. And then I showed you the Hegseth. It's not just him, but it's other people too. Well, there's one other that I want to point out here too. This is somebody that has talked frequently and recently about, hey, I got on the phone with President Trump and talked to him. And so we know that President Trump listens to this guy, Jack Keane. Maybe you've heard of him. He's a retired four-star general. Now, as a kind of a stage setter here, Keane was the one who, before this war started, was emphatically, every time he got on the airwaves, was pleading with Trump not to have a negotiated settlement. He said, do not do this, because even if you got everything you asked for, but it left this government in place, it's going to be a strategic loss for us. Please don't do it. We need to solve this militarily. That's what he said then. Here's what he's saying now.
Contact Roberts Air for all your heating and cooling needs.
We hold to the deadline, and that's coming within a week. They know we're going to come back and hit them militarily. Number two, the longer the blockade goes, they do the numbers themselves. That forces total economic collapse for them. They can't handle that, nor do they want to return to military combat operations. The terms of discussion, I believe, with our negotiating team when they were in Pakistan the last time, the blockade was not in place. They should completely change now. And by that, I mean, we want everything. You surrender everything to us. By the deadline, you make a commitment to that. We make zero concessions to these guys, zero.
That's it. That's all we got to do, man. It's like we're looking for a USS Missouri kind of moment where we sign a surrender document and they give us everything we asked for. We should give nothing, and then that'll get this war over with. Is there any rational possibility, even if you take the morality out of it, just say, just brute force, is it possible for us to accomplish that task?
No, not at all. Again, I never cease to be amazed that someone as intellectually incapacitated as General Keane is could actually become a general. Because normally you associate generals with someone who, people who are intelligent, who are well-read, who understand the consequences of going to war and do everything in their power to avoid it. You know, this guy is just the exact opposite. He's almost maybe, you know, he's emulating Stanley Kubrick from Dr. Strangelove, because he certainly comes across like a crazy general that you know, is eager, doesn't mind if 50 or 60 million people die, just as long as we maintain our purity or whatever. Yeah, so this is it's detached from reality.
And what if this kind of guy? I mean, President Trump listens to him. I mean, do you think that the negotiating team might go into Iran with that? Into Islamabad with that mentality?
Well, number one, I think if there are going to be new talks, and the only way there will be new talks is if there is a ceasefire between Hezbollah and Israel. Last night, the Israeli cabinet refused. They met and refused to do that. But the meeting will take place probably in Moscow or China, more likely Moscow, because there was genuine concern on the part of the Iranian delegation that they were going to be ambushed when they were flying back from Islamabad to Tehran. So they going to Moscow gives them a lot more options for safety and security. But again, the conditions that Iran laid out, they haven't backed off from those one bit. Those conditions still apply, and the United States is either going to meet those or not. There is growing desperation within the people surrounding Trump, the recognition that they're going to get slaughtered in the midterms. This is turning into a political disaster and an economic problem at that. So they're looking for a quick solution, and there is a potential quick solution, but it requires the United States to make some concessions that we're not willing to make.
Well, that's the problem. And to your point here, here is a recent comment by this foreign ministry spokesman of Iran saying, yeah, if you're looking for us to surrender, you might want to keep looking.
We will not enter negotiations to accept America's conditions. Our criterion is the interests and rights of the Iranian nation. If a negotiation is based on one side imposing conditions on the other, that is not called negotiation. It is called dictation. It is imposition. And you know that the Islamic Republic of Iran and the Iranian nation will never accept such imposition and dictation.
So let me ask you a similar question with what he said that I asked with the Americans a while ago. Does Iran have the wherewithal to back up his defiant words that we're not going to give in to you? Because if the locked and loaded that Secretary Hexas said this morning means something that we're about to do, and we come in with all this heavy bombardment, can he hold on to that?
Yeah, they can. And because Iran has done something the United States hasn't done since 1861. And that is they fought an 8-year war, and that war was fought on their soil, and they lost 300,000 minimum soldiers, about 70,000 civilians. So they know the cost. They've experienced it. They've tasted it. In fact, Mojtaba Khamenei, the new president, the new Ayatollah, the supreme leader, he's not the president, as a 17 and 18-year-old boy, he fought with the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Command and was in combat, fought in major battles. And in fact, in one of those battles, the attacking force was an Iranian proxy group. It was an actual army called the Mujahideen al-Khalq, MEK. And when I said, that sounds familiar, yeah, because we're now funding and arming the MEK. The United States is. It's a terrorist group. We used to designate it as a terrorist group, but no longer. So the point is, the Iranians have been fighting this now for 46 years. The United States loves to portray ourselves as the victim of all this unprovoked Iranian rage. And I hadn't sat down and really thought it through until recently. But all that spike of so-called terrorism by Iran in the 1980s was a direct reaction to us attacking Iran and using chemical weapons against Iran, and then it's backing the Israelis and killing Muslims, Shia Muslims in Lebanon. The massacres that took place where the Christian phalangists, they were allowed to go into these refugee camps and just slaughter women and children. Understand human nature. They may have been Shia Muslims, but they are human beings, and human beings around the world react in the same way. If you come in and kill my family, I am filled with rage and I will seek revenge. Hell, we've got movie after movie with that theme. Charles Bronson, Death Wish, the movie The Punisher. All the bad guys. John Travolta's the head of the bad guys. They come kill the guy's family. Movie ends with John Travolta getting killed. So, Americans should understand this is why these people are fighting. They have been victims of U.S. imperialism, period.
And you know, there's nobody understands that better than we do. I mean, Pearl Harbor, remember the Maine, remember the Alamo. You know, we got the 9/11. I mean, just you fill in the blank. We're no different than anybody else, and they remember those kinds of things. And let me ask you this: in the last few minutes that we have here, let's say that things go the way that Secretary Hegseth this morning said they're going to, locked and loaded. We're going to do this. Then whatever version of the negotiations happen next, if there are any, they also leave with both sides doing the same thing. They're still way over here. If anything, they may be further apart. If we go in and try something new, whatever it is, whether it's try to steal this hexafluoride, whether it's to have a raid on something, whether it's to try and just bomb them, their energy systems out, whatever, what happens on the backside of that? How does this get resolved?
Well, I think ultimately it's going to be resolved with the intervention of China and Russia. And that intervention will entail them convincing the Gulf Arabs, hey, guys, you're going to be better off working with us because, here the United States promised to protect you, and all they've done is made you more vulnerable. And we're seeing signs that there is movement on that front, that yesterday the head of the Iranian delegation to Islamabad was talking to the foreign minister of the United Arab Emirates. The Emiratis have been the most intractable of the Gulf Arabs and the biggest supporters of the U.S. war against Iran. But I think there are signs that they are beginning to realize that it's too costly for them to continue in this way. Iran will stay on its feet, and it will expose the fact that there are limits to U.S. military power, and that revelation is going to be very damaging to the U.S. reputation throughout the world. That here, little Iran on its own stood up and resisted the United States. So I think ultimately there will be a negotiated settlement. The terms that Iran has laid out will largely be met, and I think Iran, ironically, will probably still be willing to accept inspections and accept limitations on enrichment of uranium, just so that the United States can save some face out of this. Trump can come away and declare, I have secured an agreement, permanent agreement with Iran that they'll never have a nuclear weapon and that they're not going to enrich beyond 20%, something like that. And, he could have had that at the outset with all this without having to go through all of this.
I just wonder if he's capable of having any kind of an answer like that doesn't end up with, I mean, he can try to claim some of that. I just worry, but I fear that even to get to that, to where I'll just do it because behind the scenes he realizes it. I mean, it could be months. I think. Did you see this coming soon?
Yeah, no, I think I think this is likely to stretch out till at least August. And the reason I pick August is that the full economic impact of how bad this is will not be affecting us until then. We've got too many people on Wall Street and in the administration. They're in denial. They're pretending we can just keep along, that this is not as bad as it appears. No, it's bad. It's worse. But I think it's going to be to August before we finally realize we got to stop this.
If Commodore Jeremy is right, and we have at the moment already baked in a global recession because of what's happened up to this point, for all the reasons you mentioned earlier in this very show here. If we get to August before the manifestation of those things starts to materialize, and now even Trump realizes, all right, we're going to have to just do whatever to get this off the table, then according to what he suggested, we already have baked in a depression because you can't unwind a lot of that stuff. So this could be really perilous times.
Yeah, I after watching Steve on your show, I sent him a note and said, man, that was great. He did some really solid analysis, and I think that chart he showed with linking GDP and energy and all together, and man, you throw one of those down, everything else is going to follow. It's not rocket science.
Yeah, it is science, though, and that's the
Yeah.
problem. It's
Yeah.
not subject to emotion and your preferences.
Yeah, exactly.
But anyway, all we can do, man, is just sound the alarm and say, look, when we need to get this done and come up with, as we have here, there are alternatives, there are escape routes. Even right now, there's an exit if you're willing to take it, and at least people are aware of it. So we thank you for illuminating that, because that is desperately needed right now.
Well, thank you for having me, and thank you for what you guys are doing, because you
Well, before we went, I met people in delegation at the airport, and also on the plane we spoke.
Suffer as I have suffered. Die. Fully scum. Take the venom. There's still time for you to surrender. Die. My poison was poison. Take the venom. Suffer as I have suffered.
And in the hotel before the negotiating, we had different conversations. And it was clear that no one had any real expectations. The belief was that Netanyahu was the person in charge, and that the Zionist lobby was dictating terms to the United States government, and that the chances for any success were very slim. But Iran participated for two reasons. Just like before the 12th-day war, Iran knew there was going to be an attack. Just like before this war, Iran knew there would be attack, but it negotiated both to see if Trump wanted an off-ramp and all, but more importantly, to make sure that people across the world and Iranians recognize that Iran was attempting to resolve the situation, so that no one could later blame Iran for not negotiating and thus causing or being also responsible for war. The same logic applied for this trip. They believed that the United States did not have the will to make this successful negotiating process, but also Iran wants to make sure that everyone knew that we are willing to resolve the problem if the Americans are reasonable. So there were low expectations. When the negotiations took place, from my understanding, during the day, there was progress on different issues. But near the end of the day, the United States suddenly shifted position and took a very hard line, especially with regards to the nuclear program and the enriched uranium that Iran has, and the status of the Strait of Hormuz. So when the talks broke, it was expected that the following morning there would be further talks. Then later we saw Vance walk away, claiming Iran wants to build a nuclear weapon, which of course Joe Kent, in his resignation letter, being the highest ranking counterintelligence officer in the United States and a Trump appointee, rejected. So obviously he wasn't telling the truth. And also saying that Iran didn't accept our demands. So of course Iran won't accept demands. Iran wasn't the side that lost the war. But and those demands violate Iran's sovereignty anyway. But I think what came out from the negotiations was clear for the Iranians that Vance had no mandate because Dr. Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Parliament, who's also an associate professor at my university, he had extensive conversation with Ayatollah Khamenei, Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei, and he had a mandate. He negotiated. He did not call Tehran during the talks, but Vance was constantly on the phone. And one of the people who he spoke to was Netanyahu. And as we know, Netanyahu himself said that Vance reports to me, and so do other American officials. Every day they report to me, which I find extraordinary that he can talk like this and no one in the United States and the U.S. media or the U.S. government show any outrage. Basically, Netanyahu is saying, I'm the boss. And so it's clear that Netanyahu will not allow an agreement to be achieved, and thus he is pushing the world towards a great economic catastrophe. And we also saw that when the ceasefire was agreed upon, because Lebanon was a part of the ceasefire, so Netanyahu, the and Trump conspired to wreck the ceasefire. And so even then, it was Netanyahu who was pushing Trump. And that's what forced Iran not to abide by its commitments. As soon as Netanyahu made it clear that they would not abide by the ceasefire in Lebanon, Iran continued to block those extra ships that were supposed to be going through the Strait of Hormuz as a result of the ceasefire agreement. So Netanyahu, for the last few days since the ceasefire, he's been impeding any.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about AI, quantum computing, electric vehicles.
Easing of the global economic crisis, and he's making it worse faster. And then now, of course, by imposing the blockade himself, Trump is quickening the pace of global economic collapse. So this is basically where we are. By the way, when we flew back, as we discussed last time, after the Washington Post piece, the opinion piece, where it was advocating that they murder that the United States and the Israelis murder the negotiators, we of course all thought that the chances that our plane would be shot down were very high. So the Iranians flew us basically into Iran, but immediately landed near the Afghanistan and Turkmenistan border in the city of Mashhad, a very second largest Iranian city. And from there, we drove to Tehran, which is about 1,000. Well, I took a train, but others, some drove, some took cars, some took buses, and and others took a train. It's about I guess 1,000 kilometers roughly. So we came by land, but it's quite extraordinary that the Washington Post, U.S. media, the Fifth Estate would now be advocating crimes against humanity in this way, competing with the most ugly of the Zionist, killers in politics. But that's where we are today.
So also the ceasefire isn't really working, and but nonetheless, there's discussions now or talk about extending it. On the other hand, Trump is saying he doesn't necessarily want it extended, so it's hard to say what is happening. But we also have the U.S. blockade now, as you said, on Iranian ports, which can't help but to think that a key target of this would be China, given that the vast majority of this oil would be heading to China. How successful is the blockade so far, though, on Iran? And what do you think? How durable is it in terms of and the consequences it will have?
It's hard to say because the blockade has only just begun. It's I think it'll take a couple more days to figure out what's happening. I think that that it's going to make the global economic crisis worse, and it's going to turn more countries against the United States because, for example, as you rightly point out, the Chinese are very angry. The Americans are basically dictating terms to China and saying that you cannot have oil and that you cannot do trade and that you're not allowed to enter this part of the world. And we've already seen that happen in Venezuela. And now it's clear that the Americans want to strangle the Chinese through controlling the means of energy. But it's a double-edged sword because simultaneously he's intensifying the global economic crisis, and for U.S. allies who are much more vulnerable than China, this is going to be catastrophic, and the catastrophe is going to happen earlier, sooner, quicker, because now nothing, or at least the plan is to have nothing leave the Strait of Hormuz. Iranians have also, by the way, as I'm sure you know, said that they will, if this blockade continues, they'll start striking ships in the Red Sea, and they'll block the Red Sea and the Gulf of Oman. That will make things even worse because the Saudis are now exporting, I guess, roughly 4 million barrels a day from the Red Sea. And of course, trade goes through the Red Sea. But in addition to that, as the Iranians escalate and as the world goes towards crisis, the Iranians don't have a shortage of money right now because the Iranians have been putting aside a lot of money during the last few years, especially in gold. But also the Iranians have made a lot of money during the past few months, ever since the United States began increasing its presence in the region, and then during the war. Iran has been selling its oil at a much higher price, without middlemen, without discounts. And Iran also had 200 million barrels of oil on the seas, and it sold about half of it now, and it still has another 100 million barrels, which it will probably sell within a few weeks. And that's a huge amount of money. That's itself, I guess, 2 months of Iranian exports of oil. So, but it does indicate how little oil is left on the market. Extra oil is all disappearing. Russian oil on the seas was not as much as Iran, but they also had oil in tankers on the sea. They've finished all of that. They've sold theirs. Iran has sold half of its oil. So, this just shows how bad the situation is going to be shortly with regards to all energy related items and helium and energy related commodities, and this is when the factories run out of helium and run out of LNG, and when agriculture faces a crisis because of a shortage of fertilizer and all that, I think then we're going to see dramatic change. At the moment, from what I'm hearing from people who understand politics far better than I, is that this is the tip of the iceberg, and that we're moving very swiftly to a turning point where things will go downhill very fast. And Trump is intensifying the speed towards which we are moving in that direction.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think going into a global economic crisis as a consequence of this, it's often pointed out that even if the war would come to an end today and everything would flow freely, still the lack of fertilizers now will have some massive repercussions on the food prices, which would then again spread the conflict further. But besides the economic aspect, what do you see the possibility now of the United States going back into the same high intensity war against Iran? Or because I wasn't sure how to interpret the blockade. On one hand, it looks like it could be an effort of escalation control. We put a blockade on your ports, you don't respond, and it could be more favorable to the high intensity conflict where the Americans might be running out of interceptor missiles and losing a lot of planes. But at the same time, the Americans are moving a lot of military hardware into the region, it seems, troops as well. How do you assess it, though? I mean, as a threat, how do you see the capabilities and the willingness of the United States to go back to this high intensity fighting?
Well, the Iranians are expecting a major assault, and they are preparing day and night. And they too, like the Americans and the Israelis, are rearming and reorganizing and preparing defenses and preparing offensive capabilities. So Iran does not, doesn't see the negotiations as necessarily serious at all, and that most probably the Americans are buying time. The Iranians aren't naive, as I said before. Before the 12-day war, many thought Iran was caught off guard. Iran wasn't caught off guard. Iran had to negotiate for the sake of its own, so that its own people, first and foremost, would see that we tried. Because if we did not negotiate and the U.S. would assault, Western media, which like the Washington Post, which is right now calling for the assassination of negotiators, they would be the first to say, well, if the Iranians had negotiated, we wouldn't be where we are. They're never going to blame the aggressor. They're going to blame the victim. And then a part of global public opinion would be affected, but most importantly, Iranian public opinion, part of it would be affected if we want to make sure everyone is on board. And that was true about the 40-day war, the Ramadan war. And that's true now. So the Iranians are going to definitely continue engaging with negotiators, but Iran's not naive. And as we saw, when the Israeli regime began hammering Lebanon, Iran cut off, it stopped its side of the bargain. It said, well, nothing is going to leave the Strait. What we promised to do to increase the number of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz, that stops. So ultimately, by violating the ceasefire, the United States is hurting itself more than it's hurting Iran. The Israeli regime is hurting the global economy more than it's hurting Iran or Hezbollah. And by doing that, the Israeli regime is being viewed across the world as the reason for global misery and the rising hardship that we're seeing across the world. So after 2.5 years of genocide and now genocide in Lebanon, they're going to be blamed across the world. So Iran wants to make sure that it is seen as trying to solve the problem and that people see that it is Netanyahu and Zionism that is pushing the world towards economic catastrophe. So Iran is preparing itself for war. But every day that goes by where we have a ceasefire, this is putting more pressure on Trump because the global economic crisis is approaching. Now, we don't believe that Trump will disobey Zionists. The Zionists, they're the ones in charge. They're in control. And so is Netanyahu through the Zionists. The only way in which we can bring about change is to put so much pressure on Trump, economic pressure, that he is forced, or the US government is forced, or some Zionists in the United States are forced to prioritize America over Israel. In other words, to make it so painful that they say, no, we cannot continue listening to Netanyahu. The cost has gone the cost is too high. But still, we believe that there will be a war. We believe that there will be a land invasion. There will be a massive attack on Iran, a massive act of aggression, and there will be propaganda talking, and from Trump's opponents and supporters, all of them will say how great, successful it was. They've captured here, they've captured there. Perhaps a couple of ships will, quietly or quickly pass through the Strait of Hormuz, and they'll announce some sort of victory. But it's not going to work. The Iranians are prepared. They're preparing further, and they will strike back. They'll destroy the facilities and Persian Gulf, the oil and gas infrastructure, and everything else that's necessary on the other side of the Persian Gulf, and in a bigger way than last time around. As we saw during the last day of the war, Iran hit very, very hard. But there's also another element here, Glenn, and that is that we're approaching the, we're leaving. This is the end of spring. When the United States invaded Iraq in 2003, and when it attacked Iraqi forces in Kuwait, those were carried out well before mid-April. And they were during the cool weather. In the next 4 weeks or so, the weather goes up very much. Then we enter that hot season. So you'll have sandstorms in the Arabian Peninsula. You'll have great humidity, and it will be very hot. Fighting under those conditions is very difficult. I have experience of that because during Saddam's war against Iran, I did fight in the south in the summer, and you can barely do anything during the day. You can, it's very difficult. So I think that American troops will not be able to perform well and under such difficult circumstances. And the damage done to American hardware, military hardware, will increase because of the humidity, the heat, and the sandstorms. I just don't see any opportunity. And the Iranians, just as they prepared themselves for over 20 years, for well over 2 decades, and we've discussed this together for years. Everyone can go back. All the things that have happened, we've predicted before the war. Just as Iran prepared itself, and it has a huge missile and drone capacity. And when the war starts, you'll see Iran hammering them day after day after day again, 24 hours a day. Both the Israelis and the Americans and the proxies in the region. But they've also prepared themselves for an American invasion. They haven't just prepared themselves for an American airstrike or an American air attack. They prepared themselves for a land invasion. So do the Americans really think that they'll just walk in and do what they want? They've already failed in their operation to steal Iran's enriched uranium. They will definitely fail on the battlefield. So the weather is no longer appropriate. It's sort of like winter in Ukraine, if not worse. The summer in the Arabian Peninsula is. And then imagine if there is war, then if they started striking Iranian targets or Iranian infrastructure, and we start targeting infrastructure on the other side of the Persian Gulf, if we strike their electricity in this weather, in the weather that we're going to have in the weeks ahead, everyone will have to leave. The Persian Gulf, these Arab regimes, the weather there is good for, let's say, 6 months a year.
This is the new Alter Ego Crescent bag. Soft, luxurious, supple. She's crafted with leather.
And terrible for 6 months, or good for 7 months, 6 months, something like that, and terrible for 5, 6 months a year. So if Iran strikes their electricity, then everyone will have to leave, not over than like a week. Everyone will have to leave immediately. All of these regimes will immediately collapse, especially since they're, the elites in these countries are so well off that they cannot tolerate any form of hardship. Whereas in Iran, if they strike our electrical power plants, I mean, Tehran in the middle of summer, it would be warm. We'd be uncomfortable, but it's not there's no comparison. Right now, as you know, there's snow on the mountains to the north of Tehran. A lot of snow. It's last night when I was out, I had to wear a jacket. And with my jacket, a light jacket, I was so cold. in central Tehran, not in the north where it's more mountainous. So it would be both very difficult for American soldiers, and it would, and if the two sides are striking one another, it would be the end of Kuwait, the Emirates, Qatar, and so on.
The land invasion of this sounds like a disaster. I mean, with such a large territory and also the limited troops on the U.S. side, it doesn't seem like they have anything near the troop levels they would require. Also, planning a land invasion, it seems like something one should do prepare well for, especially for countries like Iran, which appears to, with its mountains and oceans, appears to be built like a fortress. It seems. Well, it wouldn't be the first country I would want to invade. But how do you see the Gulf states' appetite, though, to return to this war? Because I get the impression there's some mixed feelings there. The UAE, they seem to be strangely optimistic, while others may be a bit more cautious. So how do you see the willingness to perhaps to take on a bigger role in the war against Iran if we go back into now a full-scale war again?
I think that's more or less how it is. It is the UAE that seems to be pushing for war, and probably the first country that will be eliminated. And the others are increasingly worried about the situation, including Saudi Arabia. But as I said, the Iranians, if there's war, that would mean that like for the UAE, it'll be finished. If Iran's infrastructure is destroyed, it'll be difficult. But if UAE's infrastructure is destroyed, it'll be the end. And it's a tiny country, and it can be destroyed very swiftly within a day. They're arrogant. The arrogance of the ruling family and their reliance on Israel and the United States is extraordinary. I'm not sure, but I heard that the Emirates, their direct flights to the Israeli regime have once again been established. They stopped, I think, during the war. It's just they don't seem to recognize the amount of anger that exists in Iran among Iranians towards that regime. It is enormous. And when they did on the last day after the ceasefire strike Iran hit them much, much harder in return. So, yeah, except for them, though, everyone else wants an end to this. But I don't think that's I don't think that's going to happen. I think the Americans are preparing for a major assault on Iran, and the Iranians are preparing. They've been preparing for many, many years. And now they're just putting the final touches on whatever it is they have. And they're working 24 hours a day to prepare for the next phase. And as I said, in my opinion, some may disagree, time is on Iran's side because we're approaching summer. It makes those regimes more vulnerable. It makes life for American soldiers more difficult. But the global economy is a ticking time bomb. And every day that the Strait of Hormuz is closed, it intensifies the crisis. Countries put more pressure on Trump. Internal politicians in the United States, American people, put more pressure on the Trump regime, and the possibility that U.S.
Let me show you something that makes me furious every time I see it. This is a real tax return from someone making $284,972 per year in a W-2 income. Take a look at this. Line 16, the federal tax alone is $85,231. Now you add in state tax, and their total tax burden jumps up to $114,000. That's 40% of their income gone. And here's what baffles me even more. They're taking the standard deduction. There's no itemizing. There's no business structure in place. There's no real estate tax strategy. There's no planning around capital gains. Let's break this down. If this person had a side hustle and elected an S-Corp status status, they could have saved around $15,000. If they had a solo 401k, that would have let them defer $22,500 tax-free. A cost aggregation study on an investment property could have easily created over $18,000 in extra depreciation. And if they had smarter timing on capital gains, they could have saved another $12,000 in taxes. That's $48,000 in missed tax savings this year alone. I see this every day. Smart, successful people getting absolutely destroyed by taxes because their CPA is asleep at the wheel. This return maybe took an hour to prepare, a basic compliance job, and there's zero strategy. With 5 simple restructuring moves, this person could have legally paid $65,000 instead of $114,000. That's $49,000 back in their pocket every single year. I reviewed hundreds of returns like this. Same mistakes, same missed opportunities. And when I restructured my own finances using these strategies, I saved over $250,000 in taxes and built an 8-figure net worth. And the thing is, the IRS doesn't hide these strategies. They're all legal, they're all published, and they're all available. Your CPA just isn't using them. This week, I'm teaching the 5 tax strategies that could cut your tax bill by $30,000 or more and add $50,000 to your investment portfolio. You can implement these before December 31st and change your entire
national interests, which are completely at odds with Zionist interests. I consider the Israeli regime to be the enemy of the American people. But the divergence will become so great. This is the calculation here, that it will become so great that the elites, which are bound to Israel, will have to make a decision to pursue a different route.
This is the last question. What do you think a victory could look like? Because both Iran, it's what it wants to achieve is essentially to push back the heavy military, the American military presence, which has been built up quite powerfully, and all the economic architecture built up with it, and it's a difficult thing to achieve. Also, given that the Americans aren't, I can't imagine they were going down, without, possibly even using possibly a nuclear weapon if they have too great of a humiliation. Meanwhile, it's not clear. Well, I think the U.S. victory would be, I guess, defined by regime change and balkanizing Syria, perhaps not balkanizing Iran. Yeah, sorry. But how do you see this? So what would the victory look like?
Well, it depends. I mean, ultimately, victory, the final victory would be ending at this ethno-supremacism in Palestine, ending the genocide in Lebanon too. The Israelis are slaughtering families day and night out of rage and anger that the resistance is effective. So they take it out on women and children. But that would be the real victory. But at this stage, I think what Iran would define as victory is the United States backing down and the Iranians preserving their rights, and Iran's allies in the region having protection, no longer being attacked. Long-term ceasefire, let's say. But also, I think that the Iranians' victory will mean that Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz permanently. And it didn't have to be this way. Iran had ambition to control the Strait of Hormuz. But the Americans started this war, and its proxies in the region, Qatar, Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, and Kuwait, were all involved. Jordan, were all involved. And so that's the price they pay. So the Iranians, in order to make sure that this never happens again, this war of aggression never happens again, it believes it has to control the Strait of Hormuz, and also to receive compensation. This is a means of doing it. So sovereignty, the Strait of Hormuz, and peace and quiet for its allies across the region. Iran didn't start the war. Iran at no stage escalated. Even now that Iran said it's going to, if this siege on the Strait of Hormuz continues, it will respond by blocking the Red Sea and Bab al-Mandab and the Sea of Oman. This is, Iran is saying this and plans to do it in response to the U.S. siege. And Iran refraining from allowing more ships to leave pass through the Strait of Hormuz and leave the Persian Gulf is in response to the violation of the ceasefire agreement, where the Israelis have been slaughtering the people of Lebanon in violation of the agreement. And during the war itself, it was always the escalation began on the American side, the Israeli side, and then Iran would retaliate. So Iran struck, let's say, energy infrastructure in the Persian Gulf, oil and gas, after Iran's infrastructure was targeted. So, Iran doesn't want this, but ultimately I think that a victory would mean sovereignty, control over the Strait of Hormuz, and peace for people in Lebanon, Gaza, Iraq, and Yemen.
Well, it seems like a big ask, but if you look at the shift in the world order, the one that was organized for the past decades around the US hegemony, and how it's rapidly shifting towards a multipolar system, it's not as if the world isn't changing at an incredible rate already. So it looks as if Iran's going to probably exit this war in a stronger position. I know that there's been a lot of deaths and destruction in Iran, but the wider distribution of power, the geopolitics of it appears to be possibly coming in Iran's favor. If so, this would go down as one of America's worst wars, greatest disasters, compared to Iraq or Afghanistan or Libya or any of the other, that this is this is going to be a massive disaster, it seems, for the empire. But perhaps if it incentivizes the US to instead focus on rebuilding the republic instead of the empire, perhaps, everyone benefits at the end. So
absolutely.
Hello, Carl and Nick.
Back in the 1990s, Joe Biden, then senator on the Foreign Relations Committee, senior senator, was mocking the Russian political leadership in the 90s because they were objecting to the expansion of NATO. And the US was basically saying, "You're weak, suck it up." And Russia at the time, he mentioned Zhirinovsky, Lebed, but I believe he was also referencing the then Russian foreign minister Primakov. And they said, if you keep pushing us like this, we may have to turn and try to improve our relations with China. And Biden laughed at them. I mean, he openly mocked and laughed at them, and saying he thought that was humorous. The U.S. is the only game in town, and that he said, "Well, while you're at it, why don't you try an ally with the Iranians?" And he was laughing it up real big. And he said, "Yeah, good luck with that in your senior year." I have the distinction of actually being from the exact same town in Pennsylvania, Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, that Joe Biden is originally from. So he's drawing that expression from there. And that's exactly what the Russians did. I mean, here we go. It's about 30 years later, and Russia and China and Iran are increasingly cooperating and coordinating with each other on a level that has never been done before, mostly because the US pushed them together. They simultaneously provoked, pressured, and pushed, adopted containment strategies against each one of them. individually or spread out, but all together at the same time. They suffering from the hubris of the unipolar moment. They dropped any realist foreign policy maxims of strategic balancing, right? Doing what Nixon and Kissinger did in the Cold War and exploiting the Sino-Soviet split, feeding candy to China while they turned China further against the Soviet Union. And in fact, Kissinger at the time said that, well, in another 20 years, we'll have to do the opposite and ally with the Soviet Union against China, which has become known as the reverse Kissinger. But no, they never did that. In fact, the last administration, the Blinken-Sullivan administration, was famous for Blinken saying, yeah, we can take Russia, China, and Iran at the same time. And more than that, morally, we should, because we're the good guys and they're the bad guys, and we shouldn't make any compromises or concessions with them. It's this messianic, supremacist U.S. Western exceptionalism ideology, the most dangerous ideology on the planet.
Authoritarianism versus democracy. Remember,
Yeah,
they had their literally had these.
We're the white hats; they're the bad hats. It's juvenile, it's puerile, but it's also dangerous, right? Because it is a type of religious fanaticism, essentially. I mean, that it is a messianism. Now, Russia, China, and Iran are three very different countries with three very different political systems, with three very different cultures and religions and societies. One thing they do have in common is they are all civilization states that withstood the era of Western global colonialism and imperialism. They suffered. China certainly suffered at the times. Iran suffered at the times, and the Russian Empire, the Soviet Union came very close at times to being collapsed as well. But they all absorbed and withstood, and they are all multicultural countries in that they were, shall we say, empires that transitioned into a civilization state. Whereas the ideology of ethnic nationalism that was grown, possibly the bloodiest ideology in the history of humanity, the idea that the political boundaries should be congruent with the ethnic boundaries. So everyone within a country should be of one ethnicity. The amount of ethnic cleansing and genocide and mass movement of peoples that ideology forced to make sure that everyone in Germany was German, right? And everyone in France was a definition of French. That's not the way history spread. It's not the way that people were. That is a
For the first time in modern history, college student
a bloodily manufactured product of modernity. But that never happened to Russia, China, and Iran. So all three of them have quite substantial ethnic minorities within their civilization state. Russia has more than 200 of them. Iran as well. So that's one thing that they have in common. But it's the U.S. provoking and aggression against them, this containment strategy that forced them all together when they would not have done so otherwise. Certainly during the 2000s, Russia would have been very eager to cut a deal with the West, to be included within the Western security architecture. As long as there was the slightest modicum of recognition of them as, even if not a great power at the time, at least as a regional power and a respecting of their national interests. But the US couldn't be bothered with that because they were the hegemon and Russia was weak. And so they pushed and pushed and pushed. And of course, the same story with China, with Taiwan, and this slow-moving containment and continual attacks over decades on Iran after the Iranians overthrew a U.S.-installed dictator, the Shah. That is where they are today. And they keep getting closer because the U.S. has refused to back off and do the smart realist thing of balancing and divide and conquer. They continue to try to provoke all three of them at the same time. And it's well past the point now where any one of the three will be lulled by any deceptive move in that direction at this point. Now, Russia, China, and Iran, for those out there, and I think it's a lot of the audience, and in our hearts, I think you and me as well, Garland, that there is an ideology that a multipolar world, a world with a multipolar world order, is at the very least better than a unipolar world with US-led Western global hegemony. Not that it doesn't have its own security problems and issues that will inevitably arise, but it's important to understand that while we may have ideological beliefs in that direction, that the Russian, the Chinese, and the Iranian states are not possessed of a multipolar world ideology. They operate from a realist-based foreign policy, largely respective of what they perceive to be their national interests. Now, quite often, the world being what it is, and U.S.-led Western global hegemony being what it is, the movement towards a multipolar world interest is often very much in their national interests, right? But it's not done. Foreign policy choices are not made on that ideological basis. So when we talk about a Russian-Chinese alliance, it is important to understand that it is a pragmatic, realist-based alliance, not an ideological one. That said, both Russia and China have very common interests in resisting the United States, maintaining an independent Iran that is sovereign and free of U.S. influence and control in the Middle East. And it has to be said that the Russian-Chinese alliance is probably the most important bilateral relationship in international relations today. Whereas, in previous decades, we might have talked about the US and UK special relationship. Well, today, by far the most important is the Russian-Chinese one, because it allows them to have each other's backs and complement each other's commodities or advantages economically, right? Russia is the source of commodities, right? It is the source of oil and gas and metals and agriculture, fertilizer, and all of these things. And actually, oil and gas extraction are very high-tech industries. So, I mean, if you have the feeling, I mean, they're some of the biggest U.S. industries. So, I mean, there's no poo-pooing extraction. Russia also has very advanced military industrial abilities. And China has an enormous population, labor pool, and capital, which they've accrued through a very smart economic and financial strategy, very long vision of the Chinese government over the last several decades. So they have each other's backs. They provide what each other needs. Russia needs access to, developing a high-tech economy, particularly semiconductor chips and the like. And they need access to finance and capital, investment, whereas China needs oil, they need gas, they need this and that. And also, it must be said, there is a separation of, shall we say, duties according to their natural abilities. Russia is perfectly capable of engaging in warfare. They have a history of it. So they dusted up with the West. They challenge the West when the West pushes back. They've done it. They did it in Georgia. They did it in Syria. Okay, that one went south. But they do it in Ukraine. Whereas China plays the non-confrontational longer game of basically economically capturing the U.S. with supply chains and growing these alternative economic institutions to parallel institutions to replace the U.S. levers of power on the global financial architecture, like SWIFT and so forth. So they complement each other very well. And Iran has recently entered this as kind of a third junior partner, again, pushed by the United States. The Iranians have a very prickly sense of national pride, and because there's history with Russia, with the Russian Empire, with the Soviet Union, China is, another type of potential hegemon, right? If you're worried about such things. So they've been very hesitant about trusting Russia and China the way Russia and China trust each other. And the trust between Russia and China allows them to focus, to have each other's backs economically, militarily. Their borders are completely demilitarized, right? Russia deals primarily with Europe economically and militarily, whereas China deals primarily with the United States economically and potentially, or very likely in the future, militarily, naval confrontation in the Pacific. So they complement each other in geopolitical military terms, grand strategy as well. And Iran is becoming the kind of the southern junior partner to all of this. It's very much in Russia's and China's interests to make sure that Iran survives this. And Russia has been very upfront about the fact that they are allied, that they back Iran. They have provided definitely humanitarian, medicine, food. There's no question about that over the course of this conflict. Western media tells us they're also providing intelligence and advanced drones, basically evolutions of the very same systems that Iran gave the designs to Russia to back in 2022, the Shahed 136, now the Garan 5 jet black stealth anti-air-to-air missile firing beast of the battlefield that it has become. Now, Russia publicly says, no, we're not doing that. But, I mean, you can trust that about as much as you can trust the U.S. saying, no, we're not directing the Kiev regime like a puppet to attack your oil refineries and tankers. Oh, yes, we are, but we're not. I mean, that's the sort of game that is going there. And likewise, the same thing is with accusations with China. China, don't dare you arm Iran the way we flood Taiwan with weapons. Yeah, okay, whatever. I mean, it's the hypocrisy is a bit much there. But right now, Iran has proven more than capable of withstanding U.S. assaults and giving maybe as good as they got back to the U.S. vassals from which these attacks were launched in the Gulf states and Israel. I don't think that Russia and China feel that there is an immediate threat of an Iranian government collapse, of a regime change scenario. That has passed. That danger, has proven as illusory it was, as they believed it was with Russia in 2022. They believed that their sanctions would collapse the Russian economy and lead to the overthrow of Putin and so forth. Right now, the amount of help, assistance that they provide Iran may seem small to the outside, right? You're not going to find Russian or Chinese troops in Isfahan or Tehran, or they're not needed, right? That's not the way this type of system works. It wouldn't help, and it would be, shall we say, needlessly provocative and leading directly to a World War III scenario. They keep it very much on the pragmatic necessity basis. But I have no doubt that if Iran gets further pressed, that Russia and China will provide what is needed in order to make sure that the Iranian government survives. Now, in the meantime, they have very different interests. It must be said, Russia and China are not always 100% on the same page. They do have different national interests. For instance, the scenario right now with Iran's asymmetric warfare against, closing the Strait of Hormuz and their counterattacks on Gulf Arab infrastructure, energy infrastructure, has led to an energy crisis, led to a crisis in the global economy, which has led to the price of oil skyrocketing, the price of liquefied natural gas skyrocketing, the price of fertilizer skyrocketing, the price of aluminum skyrocketing, the price of helium, very important for advanced semiconductor uses, skyrocketing. Which country provides all of those in huge quantity? Oh yeah, Russia. So all of this has been a windfall to the Russian economy and budget, at least in the short term, right? Bar a global depression, which would then sink everyone's demand, all right? That's at the other end. No one wants that. Meanwhile, China, of course, has a very different situation, and they do import energy. Yes, they could import more energy from Russia, but all these price increases are, of course, a stress on their economy because they are a manufacturing and export economy. They take raw commodities in, turn it into something useful, and sell it off to the world. That's the way their economy works.
We've got great news for seniors. The Social Security Administration has made a small final expense fund available to every senior citizen who qualifies. But it's not enough. The state has approved final expense insurance programs that could pay the entire cost that Social Security doesn't cover. Don't wait. If you qualify, this program could pay 100% of these expenses, up to $30,000. We are helping seniors qualify for this program right now. To learn more about how this program works and how easy it is to qualify for this coverage, click the button below now.
So that's raising their prices on all of this. And China has been very concerned about a further energy and economic escalation between the U.S. and Israel and Iran, leading to a worsening of the energy crisis. Perhaps, we may see a third blockade now. Iran is threatening to have their allies, the Ansar Allah movement, the Houthis, close the Bab el-Mandab Straits in the Red Sea, as they have done in recent years again. And that, if you think the situation with the energy markets and that effects on the global energy and shipping industries is bad now, and we are told it is the worst energy shock the world has ever faced, it would get much, much worse if the Red Sea is closed down to traffic as well. And we see that. because the U.S. is sending another aircraft carrier into the theater after the Poopy Jerry, the USS Gerald Ford, limped off with suffering from lavatory problems and laundry fires to the Med for repairs in Croatia. So they're sending the George H.W. Bush as a replacement. But rather than go through the Red Sea, the Suez Canal, the Red Sea, and the Bab el-Mandab Strait, the U.S. is so scared of the Houthis that they're sending their aircraft carrier all the way around Africa to come up on the other side of all of this and meet up with the Abraham Lincoln. Now, the U.S. is still making a lot of noise. It's unclear what the actual status of their blockade is. Their blockade is not lined up across the Strait of Hormuz. Actually, very far from it. They're very far out in the Sea of Oman, trying to keep as much out of range of Iran. They're nowhere near the Iranian coast. Their bet is that most ships, when they say you can't pass, will simply not pass for the reasons of insurance and private ownership and it's, in a counter insurance blockade. But there are reports that some, perhaps state-owned vessels, have already challenged this. Now, CENTCOM, Trump is telling us that there's nothing that's gotten through. At the same time, they're telling us that more ships have gotten through than at any point during the conflict. There's all kinds of contradiction right there. It's not clear. But it's clear that if this continues, that Iran will make that next step up the escalation ladder and have the Bab el-Mandab Strait closed. I believe that, well, first of all, not only I believe, the Russian National Security Council a couple days ago made the very unusual step of pointing out a joint communique, basically, where they said that the U.S. may be playing this diplomatic game in maintaining a ceasefire for a couple weeks, only to put more assets in place for some type of renewed strikes and a ground operation in Iran. So that all of this is just another subterfuge and another deception using negotiations and talks as a cover. I think the Iranians are well aware of this, and they don't trust the U.S. anymore. I sincerely hope so. And basically, both sides are now preparing for the next phase of war. Will that come before 2 weeks is up? Very likely. I don't think we'll get to the end of the 2 weeks. There's going to be some flashpoint scenario involving this blockade of a blockade of a blockade.
With the blockade drop, now yesterday I read that Trump said, "Oh, I'm dropping the blockade and I'm doing it for China because I don't know." And then I heard, no, the blockade's on, the blockade's off. I don't know.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code. Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice. So you're saying we...
Yeah, I don't think they know. I don't think they know. There are reports that Chinese vessels have just passed through. The U.S. has at the same time denied that. And I'm not talking statements from China because China's mum about these things, right? This is from independent, from tanker trackers, and so forth. It's nothing that I would consider 100% confirmed, that I'm sure what is happening. But I have no doubt that in a few more days, we'll probably get some admissions from the New York Times, from the Washington Post. They're always a bit late on these things. There was a statement from the U.S. War Bro, the Secretary of War, Hegseth, today, challenging the U.S. media. Whose side are you on? Why are you always questioning us? Right? That's unpatriotic. And boy, here I thought that the idea of a media was some kind of semblance of objective truth. And they still play this game of, they're in the press conference with Hegseth or with Levitt or someone, and they go, Yes, yes, yes. Trump's clothes are beautiful. The emperor's clothes are gorgeous. Rolls eyes. Did you roll your eyes? No, 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 no. There's something in my eyes, right? That's where the New York Times and the Washington Post are. So we only get some admissions from them several days after the fact. That's what I see a kind of a long-term trend. They admit some things, not everything. They admit some things later, and of course they still try to spin it right in their U.S. media in a U.S. direction. But we do get some revelations, even if it's only confirmation of some of the most obvious things. Like, we believe that there's lots of tanker traffic being sent out of Iranian ports right now, or maybe if not lot, then at least some, and that the U.S. has not intercepted whether. So if the U.S. went after tankers that came out of Iranian ports, they would, hug the Iranian coast, right, into the Gulf of Oman, and then boom, out into the Indian Ocean, which means that U.S. ships would have to go on hot pursuit of these ships to pursue them. U.S. has only so many ships there, right? They really don't have that many, and certainly not that many that are capable of that. They've got, 2 Marine Expeditionary Units? They're talking about moving in a third. Okay, so they're capable of it. But what are they going to do then? Spread out their entire naval force, which is supposedly there to confront Iran, out chasing oil tankers across the Indian Ocean into the Pacific? I don't think so. That's not realistic. I think at least 80% of this blockade of a blockade is bluff.
Well, here's an obvious question, Mark. Practically speaking, interdict ships. What do you do when you come upon one? Okay, we've come up to this whatever Chinese ship, and you say give way, and they say no. You're going to land a helicopter on them, and then you're going to put your crew on them, and what are you going to take the ship and sail it back to the United States? And how many crews do you have to do that? And do they have enough gas? And are you going to, you know what I mean? I mean, practically speaking, that it's like putting up a roadblock somewhere and saying every car that comes through, we're going to check them for this, blah, blah, blah. Well, what are you're going to have a line of car, you know what I mean? Yeah. So practically speaking.
Except there isn't any line. There's tankers spreading out across the Indian Ocean, right? So they can do this. They've done it before, but it would only be selective, right? Targets. They can't, they don't have enough forces to interdict all of these tankers right now. A lot of the tankers won't do this, right? Because these are independently owned, flagged out of a third country. They're privately owned. They're doing this to make money, and they're not going to risk losing their ship, their cargo, insurance problems, that sort of thing. Others will be state-owned vessels, and they'll be more willing to take some risks with them. And then there's always the possibility of, particularly when it comes to state vessels, is what if they put 10, 15 guys with man-portable air defense systems on those? Then they can blow those U.S. interdiction helicopters straight out of the air. And they would be completely within their rights to do so, because what the U.S. is doing is against international law. It is a blockade, is illegal. It is an act of aggression, right? Interdicting the ships is piracy. It is also a violation of the UN Convention of the Law of the Sea. Not that the U.S. is signatory, but it's a violation of international law in general as well. And it's piracy, right? They would be certainly within their rights to do that. And again, you won't see this done with ships that are part of the maritime shipping industry, often with flags out of the Comoros Islands or, somewhere like that, because that's private capitalist interest, right? They're conducting this trade because they make money off of it. They're not going to risk it. But with state-owned and flagged vessels, then it becomes, and there's a gray area in between, because then there will be oil tankers that are owned by Chinese corporate interests, but are also flagged out of a third country. And that then becomes an even further gray area. Is the US going to risk going directly back into a trade war with China by seizing ships, oil ships bound for oil tankers bound for China, when China just bent Trump over the barrel over rare earths last year, a reaming that Trump is still smarting from?
And at the worst possible time, you can't afford a trade. You know, you got enough problems right now. And then to add a trade war to that, your economy's. Now, we got breaking news.
You've just exhausted all of those Tomahawks and JASSMs and Patriot interceptors and THAAD interceptors, and they all need rare earths to replenish those missiles for the stockpiles.
Well, we got some
it's a very bad situation for them, actually.
Yeah, we got some breaking news. Ceasefire agreed upon between Israel and Lebanon. A 10-day truce will begin at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday.
Between Israel and the quisling Lebanese government.
Exactly. U.S. President, and of course you hear the guy's name, Lebanese President Joseph Aoun, who is, yeah. So, you know, the puppet said, yeah, here's the thing about it. Here's my inclination immediately. Has Israel ever kept a ceasefire?
No,
with Israel, it's like, okay, the ceasefire starts at 5. Yeah, set up all of our attacks for 5:15. I mean, generally, that's what they never. Every ceasefire is, we will keep a ceasefire by not keep ceasefire, and then we'll say, well, we had to shoot at you because I don't know, people were alive. It's almost like the old Richard Pryor joke where he was in prison. And he said there was a guy there that scared him and said some people need to be in prison. The guy, he said, why'd you kill everybody in the house? And the guy said, they were home, right? That's kind of the way Israel thinks.
Lebanon, Israel is not fighting the Lebanese government. They're bombing Lebanon, but they're fighting Hezbollah. They didn't have negotiations or sign a peace deal with Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is, shall we say, not extremely beholden to the quisling Lebanese government, right, to say the least. So that means essentially nothing. Right. Israel will continue to bomb Hezbollah, which means bomb Lebanon, southern Lebanon, saying they're fighting terrorists because Hezbollah are terrorists, you know, the way they say this. So this statement means nothing. The only thing is here, what Israel is ultimately trying to do in Lebanon is force the quisling Lebanese government to go to war with Hezbollah in their own country. They're trying to force civil conflict, which rocked Lebanon for decades. They're trying to force them back into that.
Yep. Force it into a chaotic, unstable territory, and then their work is done. Then they don't even have to fight them. They can just fight and kill each other. And they can just like fuel each side and all that kind of stuff.
The Hezbollah is a war dog, right? I mean, it's a mastiff, whereas the Lebanese military is a trained little chihuahua, right?
Well, the other thing too is the Israelis are having problems because, to be quite frank, based on what I see, you know, they can go around and they can do the usual bomb, you know, buildings and apartment blocks. But it seems to me that every time they tangle with you know, Hezbollah on the ground, they're massively outnumber them, and they always seem to either get fought to a standstill or lose. So they just don't have the wherewithal for that ground. And by the way, seems to me that the Lebanese, these Hezbollahs loaded with those Cornet anti-tank things and FP. I mean, like somebody learned something from what's going on.
They're using fiber optic FPV drones, which is Russia's specialty. Just saying, in the conflict in Ukraine, right? And
to great effect. To great effect.
2 weeks ago, I already saw that 100 Merkava tanks were destroyed. So, I mean, now, at the same time, I mean, Israel is taking ground, and they are literally razing Lebanese villages in South Lebanon, majority Shia villages. They're literally razing them to the ground, like permanently destroying entire villages so that there's no buildings left standing. They're trying to create a depopulated wasteland in southern Lebanon. In fact, and they've made statements to the non-Shia Lebanese population, to the Christians, to the Druze, to not shelter the Shias. They are deliberately and quite openly.
When we realized that we actually had the best extraction technology by far, we said we might as well vertically integrate.
Pursuing a campaign of ethnic cleansing of southern Lebanon, trying to drive out in that area the majority Shia population. It is, I mean, if any other country in the world was doing it besides, you know, the U.S. and their allies like Israel, then it would be a war crime of war crimes. You know, what they're doing and how openly they're doing it. But, you know, just like with their genocide and ethnic cleansing of the Palestinians, no one cares in the West, and they still have, you know, the geopolitical heights and can prevent anything from happening in the UN Security Council, you know, with vetoes and anything like that. So no one will ever suffer for these crimes besides what Hezbollah and Iran can make them. That they can only make their own justice.
Well, I got a question for you, Mark, that nobody seems to be talking about, having the answers on. Nobody's even discussing this that I hear on this side of the pond anyway. All right, you ready? Erdogan, Turkey. Interesting. You know, they're a member of NATO. They're hanging out with the US. Meanwhile, Israel's making it clear, you know, when we get finished with these guys, we're coming for you. Israel's doing it. We're doing you, Erdogan. Erdogan's making threats, but he always seems to end up being a puppet when he needs to be. What the heck? Can we make any sense of Turkey and Erdogan out of here?
The cunning beast, right? Erdogan, I mean, his Law and Justice Party, they are Sunni Islamists.
Yeah.
He is an Islamist leader.
Are they Muslim brothers?
Interests. So he's got a domestic base that he constantly needs to signal and to play to. But Garland, what has Turkey ever done against Israel?
Provided them a lot of fuel and stuff like that. Food, things like that.
I don't think that. I mean, what have they ever done against Israel in defense of the Palestinians?
Nothing ever.
Nothing ever. So I mean, they continue to make a lot of noise at each other. Oh, if it wasn't for the U.S., we'd come and kick your butt, you know, saying to each other, right? You know,
don't hold me back. Don't hold me back. Just let me at them.
I see it as that classic internet meme of two dogs just going at each other on the other side of a fence. Then the fence goes up and they both kind of wander.
Yeah.
That is my reading. And I forgive me for not taking anything Erdogan says, you know, at face value, but I don't take anything Erdogan ever says at face value. And I've never seen them take any actions against Israel. And yes, they do have different interests in Syria now, right? The Islamic State that used to be Syria, right? The existing Al-Qaeda regime, the HTS regime of al-Julani or al-Shara or whatever the head chopper in chief is calling himself these days, was largely put in place by Turkey, right? By Erdogan with U.S. and Israeli assistance. But Israel has carved out a space in southern Syria and has routinely bombed anything in military-wise that Syria had left, like air defense, that might one day be used against them. And the Syrian, Al-Qaeda government, what have they done in response to any of that against Israel? Nothing. Why? Because, like with Turkey, what has Al Qaeda ever done against Israel? Nothing, right? So they have different interests, right? Because Israel wants their chunk of Syria as they see it for their security, and Turkey thinks that they now have a right to all of Syria. With their Al Qaeda proxy regime there, which eventually is probably going to throw off Turkey as well. They'll eventually want to exercise their own separate elite's interests, but we're not there yet. So, but there is the U.S. and the U.S. is not going to go away, even if they do. Are a little bit weaker in the region after this whole Iranian conflict is over. Ultimately, the fence is not going to go away. And if it did go away, I'm pretty sure those two dogs would find other things to urinate on in the area rather than go at each other.
Yeah, I think you're right. Okay. Orban election.
This woman in Kansas City searched her name and found $6.1 million in unclaimed money. Like what?
Wait, you don't know about...
Okay, so Orban was in power for 16 years. He has forever changed Hungarian politics and society. And it's not going to be easy. And in fact, I don't think there's the capability. At the same time, like voters anywhere, after a certain period of time, right, there is a raising of expectations and you want improved situation. And in order to do that, you want political change. And Orban simply reached the end of that. Peter Magyar did not run as a liberal, as an anti-Orban. He ran as a conservative, as a better conservative than Orban. And that is how he's young. He's handsome as such things go. He's dynamic. And ultimately, the Hungarian people didn't vote for more Europe, for more Brussels, for more technocracy. They didn't vote to back the Kiev regime in Ukraine or to turn against or for Russia, right? They voted for domestic political reasons, and often that is an ill-formulated desire simply for change, right? We see that all the time in U.S. politics. It's actually fairly easy to understand. That said, it's not going to be easy for Magyar to reverse a lot of the policies that Orban had. One thing he was very upfront with, we're still going to need Russian energy. And then Magyar said, we'll have to sit down with the Kremlin and come up with a deal because geography is what it is. It's not going to change. We're a landlocked country. We don't have energy resources of our own. And Russian energy is really the only game in town that we can afford. So there is that. I think the most important issue right now, though, is Orban's veto of the 90 billion euro phantom loan, right? That still doesn't actually really exist, that is supposed to fund the Kiev regime for the next year or two, keep the lights on. Orban was blocking that while the Druzhba oil pipeline was stopped by the Ukrainians bringing Russian gas to Hungary. And he said, until that pipeline is running gas again, you challenge our energy security, well, then we're going to veto this loan. Now, already Zelensky is saying, now that Orban is gone, I think we'll manage to get that pipeline up and running within another 2 weeks or a month, right? Now, at the same time, Magyar has made contradictory statements about whether he will approve this $90 billion loan or not. In fact, he even tried to push it off on Orban, saying that Orban is going to be in office still for another month, right, until the official transfer of power. And then actually Orban should be the one to approve that $90 billion loan if the Kiev regime starts the flow of oil again, which they obviously did as leverage to try to force Orban out of office. Now, how much of an effect that actually had on the election, I doubt that it did. But the intent was definitely there. So when it comes to that issue, at least, and military support of the Kiev regime in Ukraine, which Hungary under Orban never did, right? They gave them humanitarian aid, they gave them electricity, so forth, diesel, but they never gave them military aid. Is that policy going to change under Peter Magyar? I don't know. It's unclear at the moment because Orban has made such an imprint on Hungarian society and has taken such an entrenched position on these issues, these policies, that I think that Magyar is going to find that it's going to be very difficult to go against them at this point. So he's not he won't be as much of a Brussels puppet, at least not immediately, as a von der Leyen, running a victory lap in Brussels seems to think is the situation.
Well, the other part of it is this. I felt that loan from the very beginning was a fraud for any number of reasons.
Smoke and mirrors, yeah.
Yeah, and that how do you do it, particularly in light of the fact that Russia's now suing over that money, and that the money that's made off of that is somewhat used to guarantee. When you look at the whole thing, you say to yourself, who in their right mind is going to buy bonds for that?
Those bonds are still unbought, right? I mean, that it's all still theoretical, and the interest that would be charged as security for this loan would be insane because there's no clear way or defined. They keep trying to imply that war reparations are ultimately what is going to pay this back, that Russia is going to pay war reparations. The thing is, every potential buyer of these bonds knows very well that Russia's never going to pay war reparation, or they should. So where are they ever going to make payback on this? I think that it's a very financially risky venture, and I don't see anyone biting at the bit, even if Peter Magyar then reverses Hungarian policy and removes the Hungarian veto from it. At the same time, all European states are now going to be faced with huge increasing budget problems with increasing cost of energy from the conflict, from the US-Israeli war on Iran and the resulting closure of the Hormuz Strait and everything else there. So they have even less ability to backstop this loan than they would have before. They're going to be facing plenty of other problems. Now, can they just let the Kiev regime collapse? Can they put them in a situation where they're unfunded and they just have to start printing hryvnia like a money machine, leading to mass inflation and runaway currency? I don't think so. I think what they're eventually going to do is probably try to this. We're going to see, we can't do 90 billion, but here's 40 or 45 somewhere down the loan. And it's not clear at all that is enough to sustain the Kiev regime for the next year, much less the next two.
And of course, in light of the current energy issues, they're likely to be in dire economic straits if things keep going the direction they are. So you're going to have a bunch of countries in dire economic straits saying, I want to sell you this stuff that good and damn well the money that's supposed to pay for it is never going to exist. which means I'm an economic backstop. That really means to me that the countries that are signing on ultimately are the ones that are backstopping this, but they're going to be broke and they won't be able to pay. You know what I mean? So you're buying, I can't see, I don't care what percentage it is, 40 billion, that means you're buying like hundreds of millions or billions of dollars in these. I can't see somebody saying, yeah, because the UK and France will pay this off if it all goes bad, which I know it is. No, they're broke.
Germany, they're all already in very severe levels of debt. That's of course part of the problem. Now the European countries can't forever play the game of debt isn't real because they don't have the global reserve currency and they can't do quantitative easing, money printer go burr, at least not to the same extent that the US can. Now, they have already taken out such debt. The debt to GDP ratio of these countries is already insane. Can they take on another 40, 50, 90 billion dollars? Possibly, but they're already stretched past the point. These countries are not, there's no economic golden horizon down the road, right? They're on a long-term terminal decline. Their industry is leaving their countries. They're never going to have cheap energy again that anyone can foresee. Everything is unsustainable and uncompetitive now compared to, it always was compared to China. Now it's even more so. I don't see any economic better days where they're going to be able to pay this off if they take it on. And I think ultimately the investors are potential investors are going to see that, and they're going to be very, very reticent to take this on. And if they do, sorry, European taxpayers, you're ultimately going to be the ones that whose future is sacrificed for this. I mean, there's already, talk from merits and everything. We need to move away from a welfare society to a warfare society because we need to fight Russia in Ukraine. No, I mean, defend against the Russian invasion, which is just around the corner, right? They say that. I mean, that's
oh yeah, the whole thing. I mean, yes, we're going to do that, although we don't have the energy in the industry to build this stuff. You know what I mean? We're going to do that. Oh yeah, what are you going to do? Well, we don't have the energy in the industry, and even if we did build all this stuff, we don't have any real working air defense systems. So Russia would just blow it up as soon as the war started. And we don't have the capacity to keep building this stuff anyway. I mean, you look at it and it's like your plan is holier than the Pope. It's unbelievable.
The Europeans' geopolitical power has, over the past few decades leading up to today, drastically dropped. They're not a great power. They're very far from it at this point. And they have not yet come to grips with their geopolitical aspirations and rhetoric to the new realities of the limitations of their economic and military power. They're still, their mouths are writing checks that their geopolitics can't cash.
Yes, I can't remember who it was, but he said when describing the Europeans, he says it's as if a Chihuahua played a Doberman on TV so long that at some point it actually thought it was a Doberman.
Full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Mark, tell everybody who's listened to this show and they're like, oh my God, I can't get enough of Mark Sloboda. The boosty.to/TheRealPolitik.
Yeah, so that's that.
wars.
Colonel Douglas McGregor will be here in a minute. Why are we fighting this insane war? But first, this. Don't you just cringe when people say, I told you so? Sorry, I told you gold and silver would reap the benefits due to excesses, and a weaker dollar are dry. Accommodating my schedule as always. Before we get into big picture and Iran, some breaking news. This one you pointed out to me. They're about drones passing over Finland and the Baltic states and landing in Russia and harming civilians and civilian infrastructure, according to the Russian defense minister. How dangerous is this? Oh, I don't hear you, Colonel.
That should work.
There we go.
I think it's actually very important and potentially very dangerous, because what Secretary Lavrov had said the other day, and now we're hearing it from the former defense chief, Shoigu, is that the Ukrainian drones that are being launched against effectively civilian targets, in most cases, civilian infrastructure, sometimes oil infrastructure, are being recorded, and I think to some extent guided, certainly from the purposes of accuracy and battle damage assessment, from stations inside the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. And their point was, under Article 51 of the United Nations, they have the right to defend themselves. And if they can identify the source, they have the right under the UN Charter to attack and destroy the source. That, of course, would be catastrophic. It would be catastrophic, period, because it's unnecessary and ought to stop. But it would be very bad for us and for everyone else in NATO.
Wow. Who is provoking this? The governments of those countries? I mean, you're talking about World War III if Russia attacks Finland and the Baltic states.
Well, we used to think that, and then we found out from President Biden that you could actually court World War III without getting into it. I think it's very serious, because the president of Estonia, later, I guess she was the foreign minister, she's now very vocal inside NATO, Kallas, talks about Russia as though it were still under Stalin and there were Soviet armies gathered on her borders. This sort of attitude is very strong inside the Baltic states. They seem to be caught up in a time warp. They're not facing the Soviet Union. This government in Moscow wants nothing to do with an invasion of the Baltic states or anywhere else in Central East Europe. But this is the propaganda that is being so effective on the populations, because their ancestors, in other words, in most cases, their grandparents and great-grandparents went through hell. But it's a different world today. And unfortunately, nobody is being told that. They're being told the opposite. So I think it's extremely dangerous. If I were the president of the United States, I would get on the horn right away and make it clear that this has got to stop. We don't want anyone inside NATO, inside any of the countries that border Russia and Ukraine, implicated directly in attacking anyone in Russia. And effectively, that's what they've done.
The other breaking news is the so-called ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel. I mean, the Iranians must realize that this is a joke. The president and prime minister of Lebanon are going to do whatever the Israelis and the Americans tell them to do.
Well, the sad truth of the matter is that everything we've seen for months now can be characterized as purely theater. We have to understand what Israel's goals are and what they have been from the beginning of this process after the 7th of October. And that's Greater Israel, the Greater Israel Project. The Greater Israel Project cannot be achieved without the use of extensive American military power. Certainly, the Israelis can bomb people on their immediate borders with relative impunity, but to secure anything, to annex anything, to hold on to anything, they need the unconditional support and backing of the United States. That is what they have at the moment. But they're pushing the envelope. more and more people are questioning the rationale for this war as it is inside the United States. And as I feared from the very beginning, I think this is heightened hatred for Israel, the Jewish state, and I think it's fanned the fires of anti-Semitism, all very unnecessarily.
Secretary Hegseth stated this morning, by the way, a retired general referred to him the other day as a 12-year-old playing with new toys in a playpen. Unfortunately, these toys are lethal. That the government of Iran, that they're dealing with a new government in Iran. Now,
Well,
I have met the Iranian foreign minister. I met him 8 months ago in New York. He's still the Iranian foreign minister. He was one of the two negotiators at this so-called negotiation with Vice President Vance. Is this the new mantra? We are telling you we're dealing with different people, therefore we caused regime change?
Well, there are a couple of considerations here. First of all, let's keep in mind that setting aside right now the mechanism of government, the command of the United States Armed Forces, and all the other responsibilities, we're dealing with President Trump as a person, quite apart from his office. What shapes President Trump's behavior? What shapes the man's thinking? And I think we have to go back to Roy Cohn and his profoundly important influence over the development of today, the man we call Donald Trump. He had 3 rules, and he pounded these rules into Trump's head. What were the 3 rules? Rule number 1, attack, attack, attack. Always go on the offensive. Never give an inch. Always on the offensive. Strike repeatedly. Defame people, undermine them, distract them, but attack, attack, attack. No such thing as defense. Secondly, deny, deny, deny. Whatever people tell you, whatever people say to you, if they accuse you of lying, you just deny whatever comes along. The most recent example of this, of course, I think was President Trump's terrible decision to put his head and face on the body of Jesus Christ and then send it out to people. When he was asked about it, what did he say in response? Did he say, that was a terrible mistake? I don't know what I was thinking. I deeply regret doing that, and I hope that my supporters will forgive me. No. What he said was, well, I was thinking of myself as a physician who was healing people. And then the third rule is whatever happens, it's a victory. It doesn't make any difference what really happened. What makes a difference is how you spin it, what you say. So what you're doing when you talk about the new regime that is ostensibly in power in Iran, he's simply saying, well, we killed all those other people. Now we have a new group here, and I think maybe they'll be anxious to make a deal. The truth is no one in Tehran is anxious to make any kind of deal right now beyond the framework of the 10 points which they put on the table during the last discussion.
Isn't he desperate, almost panicking for some way out that will enable him to comply with Cohn's third rule of claiming victory in a way that would be accepted by the American public? Desperate.
Well, I'm sure he is. And I know from anecdotal evidence that's being presented to me that he's losing his temper on a routine basis. He's angry with everyone. Obviously, he's beginning to blame everyone around him for everything that's wrong, which is part of his modus vivendi. But I think there's another aspect to this that I think is finally penetrating with him. Singapore's foreign minister, Balakrishnan, put it very bluntly when he described the United States as a revisionist power. And some, he said, would even call Washington now a disruptor. He was talking about the Iran war. He was talking about America's role in Asia, but he's also talking about something much bigger, the erosion of the Washington-led post-war order. That, as he said, underpinned for a long time peace and prosperity, a foundation that, as he put it, is now gone. I think that's beginning to sink in with President Trump. He never had a very mature view of international relations. Did not think of the leaders of other countries as very important. He probably would dismiss what Singapore says on the basis of its size. But the truth is, Singapore is a critical leader in all of Asia. When the leadership of Singapore speaks, everyone in Japan, Korea, and China, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, everyone listens carefully. And right now, they know that across Asia, rising fuel costs, it's not just fuel, it's fuel, food, feedstocks, and fertilizer. The absence of these things are triggering unrest. Transport workers are going on strike in the Philippines. There's panic in various parts of Thailand, panic buying. India, where the supplies of liquefied petroleum gas are very tight, people are being told that they cannot buy multiple containers, that they have to be rationed because the liquefied petroleum gas is vital to cooking in India. You know, international law, international governance that we talk about all the time is like gym membership. Everybody pays in it, but very few people show up to do the heavy lifting. Well, we've been doing the heavy lifting, but in the wrong way. We've been destroying the order that we claim to have actually set up and want to preserve.
What is your take on the weekends? It's now 5 or 6 days ago, events in Islamabad. Did Donald Trump set up his vice president to be the fall guy?
I think Donald Trump has set up everyone around him to be fall guys. I think when Donald Trump goes down, and he's going to go down hard for what's happening right now, he'll drag everybody down with him. I don't think there's any question about that. Whether or not he purposely set up Vice President Vance, who knows? I mean, Vice President Vance can do plenty of harm to himself without much assistance. And I think he did that when he talked about what happened in Islamabad. All that he had to do is confirm to everyone that he had been on the phone to talk to Mr. Netanyahu. End of discussion, end of story. We already know that there was an eruption of sorts during the negotiation by Witkoff and Kushner. I don't know the details, but obviously it was something that did not suit Israeli interests. Everyone regards those people as effectively Israeli agents. We went through this under Biden, where Tony Blinken would fly around and everyone that talked to him in the Middle East regarded him as an agent of Israeli influence. The real question on people's minds is who is actually in charge of the United States and its armed forces? Because it seems that President Bush, excuse me, not President Bush, but President Trump is extremely subservient to Israel and its representatives. So I think the whole thing was just theater.
We did an interview with Mohammed Marandi, the professor at the University of Tehran, born in Virginia, and then a longtime friend of mine who was part of the Iranian delegation. He wasn't in the room the entire time, but he flew with them and back. He told us a couple things. One, they were terrified on the way back and were forced to land in another airport for fear that the Israelis would blow up the plane. Second, he told us that Vice President Vance seemed nervous and ill at ease and was not able to answer a simple question that called for a yes or no answer without leaving the room and getting on the phone with someone, either President Trump, who was at a cage fight, some sort of a boxing match inside of a cage, or Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Well, I don't think anybody interrupted the cage fight. So I think it was probably Mr. Netanyahu, especially since the Secretary of State, I think, was with the president.
Yes, the president was booed. This is in Miami. Rubio was cheered.
Well, that's fine. I think it's a demonstration of what Trump expected from the talks with the Iranians, because effectively what we did is represent Israeli demands. How many times have we on this show made it clear that Iran will not submit to Israeli demands? End of discussion. When people ask, what are we fighting for? I always try to point out we're fighting to compel compliance with Israel's demands. That's it. Because you and I both know this allegation that Iran is the leading state sponsor of terrorism in the world is nonsense. It's never been true. And Iran over the last 47 years has actually changed profoundly. That's true. Not overnight into something new, contrary to what President Trump said, but it's a very different society. Had we not bombed, I think this year would have been an interesting year because I suspect we would have seen substantial change inside Iranian society. That doesn't mean a violent upheaval or revolution, but clearly fundamental change. Iranians are not bloodthirsty animals, contrary to what Mr. Trump thinks or what Mr. Netanyahu has told everybody. So I think we're stuck right now because the talks really weren't substantive. They really weren't going to produce anything. I don't think the talks that are starting sometime this week and continuing, I hope, beyond a day or two will produce any sort of positive outcome. I mean, I hope they do. Everyone hopes for an end to this thing. But I don't see it happening, Judge. And I think on Monday, President Trump will try to do what he talked about. He will try to launch what he thinks will be the final solution for Iran and, quote unquote, bomb the place back into the Stone Age. I don't think it'll work. I think the Iranians will come out of it. They will sustain damage, but they will also inflict a lot of damage because while we have been resupplying, refurbishing, refreshing, so they
are receiving missiles from China. Do you think he'll resume the bombing, or do you think he'll try another scheme to capture nuclear enriched material? He just brought 10,000 more troops there. What would they have to do with bombing? They're infantry.
Well, I think the operations to seize islands in the Persian Gulf are still on the table, Judge. I wish they weren't, but I think they probably are. There is this delusion that if we capture some islands, we're going to demonstrate our control over the Strait of Hormuz. It's not going to happen. Remember, the British put over 500,000 troops into the Dardanelles, and they couldn't get out of the valley they were in because the Turks commanded the high ground overlooking the strait. And that lasted for 9 months. So I think there'll be an attempt to do that. Now, as far as flying around, I don't know. Again, this blockade that we've talked about, remember the ships that are supposedly blockading the strait. And I say supposedly because I'm not sure it's leak proof at this point. Maybe it is now, but it wasn't within the last 48 hours. If it is now leak proof, they're sitting 500 miles away from the strait. Now, we've talked about this before. They have to stay out of range. They have to stay out of range of cruise missiles, tactical ballistic missiles, even unmanned systems. You know, how do you insert forces, ground forces, either inside the Persian Gulf or at selected points inside Iran without risking the lives of everyone on board the aircraft and without first demolishing whatever you think is out in terms of air defense? You're not going to get, at least in my day, I cannot imagine any general officer or admiral launching an operation involving large numbers of ground troops and 10,000 men, that's a large number, into an area where there is real effective air and missile defense. The first thing that you would demand if you were in command is an effort to go in and eliminate as much of that as possible. Everyone knows eliminating all of it's an impossibility. But if I were in command of ground troops and I were about to face this problem, I would say, wait a minute, what are you doing to suppress and eliminate all the air defenses, air and missile? I would ask that question. So I think you've got to go in and you've got to bomb. You've got to launch this killer strike, frankly, this war-winning strike that President Trump hopes privately will change the outcome of this crisis. That's got to come first because you can't go in until you've done that. If you try to do it simultaneously, you're going to lose people.
Will this killer strike change the outcome?
I don't think so. You know, of course, I could be wrong. You know, they could have some weapon that I'm unfamiliar with that no one's ever seen before. I'm very doubtful, though, on the conventional level that any conventional weapon system or group of weapon systems is going to transform the situation into victory. But keep in mind, you're dealing for the most part with airmen, whether they're naval or Air Force. They're always looking for victory in the target set. For them, the target set equals strategy. It never does, but that's neither here nor there. They're looking for the target set that will deliver victory. You know, when they ran the discussion, not discussion, but a rehearsal of everything done in the air campaigns during World War II in Europe, one of the things that they found out was the most effective bombing was against fuel sources. In other words, the oil infrastructure. Destroy the pipelines, destroy the tanks, the tankers, that is, on board trains that carried it, the distribution system, that did more to win the war than anything else they did. And what else did they do? They leveled whole cities, killing hundreds of thousands of civilians. And see, that's the problem. They're looking at Iran and they're trying to figure out, what is the golden nugget here? Where do I go to drive the golden spike right through the heart of Iran? And I'm sure that at this point, they probably think they found it. I'm not convinced that's the case.
Is it a coincidence in your mind that while this ceasefire is going on and on the heels of this rather performative, not substantive negotiation in Islamabad, Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, was spending 3 days in Beijing?
Absolutely. I mean, that's a signal that only someone who is deaf, dumb, and blind could miss. First of all, he's there to reassure the Chinese that they will do everything in their power to supply China with all of the energy that it needs. And that's understandable. These are two giant Eurasian states. These are the heart of the continental strategy vis-a-vis us, the maritime aerospace strategy. They are now closer than they have ever been, and they will remain close because they know they each need each other to survive. But there's something more than that going on. And that's why you got to go back and look at what's going on in Ukraine right now. The only thing holding back the Russian military establishment from simply moving to the Dnieper River, crossing to seize Odessa, and ultimately to get Kiev is President Putin. That's all. He's exercised enormous restraint. But if you're sitting there and you're sitting across, as President Putin is, from his general officers, looking at what we're engaged in right now, what would you do? Would you sit there and do nothing? Or would you turn to your generals and say, let's get this over with? So I think that's also part of the mission. We're going to give you everything you possibly want. We need to finish the job where we are, and we appreciate your support.
There must be tremendous pressure on President Putin, even from his inner circle, to, using your phrase, get this over with. It's 4 years now, longer than 4 years.
Well, I think the population itself has not suffered. I mean, he's done a marvelous job of insulating Russia from what I would call, a destructive drop in the standard of living. The shelves are full, people are eating, people are well, morale in the military is very high, it's not low. He's dealt harshly with the elements of corruption and so forth. So I think he's got the instrument at his disposal. And I think people are saying, President Putin, we appreciate all that you've done. You've been a good president, but please end this. I think that's true. I think the population feels that way. And I'm sure many of his general officers do. It's not like the United States, where you've got a lot of people that heavily invested in the defense industries who would like the wars to go on in perpetuity because they're lining their pockets. It's a different animal in Russia. I think people really want it over with. And they go back and they say, look what Stalin did. Now, Stalin didn't give a damn about human life, whether it was the enemy's human life or his own. And so he paved the road to Berlin with millions of dead Soviet troops. That's something that Putin will not and has refused to do. He's always wanted a settlement, but we've refused to do business with him. So why should he do business with us? And I think they have supplied a lot of humanitarian assistance to Iran. I'm sure they've given them lots of technical advice, and of course the invaluable access to their satellites, which provide that persistent surveillance and linkage to the strike systems that make Iran the dangerous place it is for us.
Is the American intel still locating Soviet troops and assets for the Ukrainians to attack?
Oh, yes. Yeah, they're locating whatever is out there, I'm sure. I don't think that President Trump, when he came into office, ever sat down and carefully examined all of the existing findings. These are the findings that determine your policies when you're looking at intelligence collection and exploitation. A finding that says Russia is your implacable enemy, Russia is bent on destroying us, Russia wants to reconquer Eastern Europe. That's the sort of thing that should have been thrown out early on. It's just nonsense. What about the findings on China and Taiwan? What about the findings about Iran? Did President Trump go in there and say, I want to sit down and I want to have my experts with me. I want to go through these findings and I want to make changes. No, as far as I know, nothing has changed. So the bureaucratic structure that continues to provide him with information is still populated with people and still inundated in information that supports the status quo. He was elected to change things. He hasn't.
No, he hasn't changed them. He hasn't changed them at all. One wonders from whom he gets advice, if he even listens to advice. If the New York Times article about the origins of the war is even half true, he rejected the advice of Tulsi Gabbard, Marco Rubio, John Ratcliffe, General Kane, and accepted the advice of Benjamin Netanyahu and David Barnea, the head of Mossad.
Oh, I think so. Again, this is going to surprise some people, but I think he's somewhat Churchillian. Churchill liked to listen to people that he thought were members of his class. And in the British class system, he saw himself at the top in terms of background, connections, social standing. And he also thought of himself as expert. Generally speaking, he overruled his senior officers during World War II frequently. And in almost every instance, it was catastrophic. I think that Donald Trump is similar. Donald Trump is saying, well, who do I listen to? Do I listen to this billionaire who is my friend that I've known for years in the real estate business, or I've known him as a business partner in other settings because I know he's really, really smart and he understands me? Or do I listen to these people I really don't know very well, especially someone like Marco Rubio, who after all previously was an opponent politically? And what about Radcliffe? Radcliffe is afraid of his own shadow. So he's going to be told to shut up and color. He'll get in the corner and do it. Who else is left? Tulsi? Well, Tulsi's been a bitter disappointment. She doesn't support me on what I think is important. Forget it. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that in his world, he's listened to the people he thinks are the right people to advise him. He's not listening to anybody who gives him advice he doesn't want or doesn't think is the right thing. Presidents get the generals they want.
Right.
They do. Occasionally, presidents get generals they didn't want. One man that was never wanted by Franklin Roosevelt was George Marshall, because George Marshall, like all of the generals at the time, was a Republican. They never said that publicly, but they were all anti-New Dealers. But Roosevelt took the position, well, who cares? It's the Army. He was a Navy man. He knew the people in the Navy. He didn't know anybody in the Army. He didn't think it mattered very much. But by the time the war ended, he had a very different opinion of Marshall, who, while Marshall may well have been an opponent politically, was certainly the most faithful servant of the state that the United States has ever had. And he realized that.
Colonel, thank you very much, my dear friend. Superb analysis, historical and present. Deeply appreciated. Have a great weekend. We'll look forward to seeing you next week.
Okay. See you soon. Thanks, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you. Coming up tomorrow.
Because he said, I think we're really close. We're right on the cusp of having it. Very soon it's going to be over. And he went into some detail about why that is. But then he added this one little phrase in there, but there's more to come. It's not over yet. So implying that something's big. Now, I did a show earlier this morning where I did my theory on what that may mean based on a number of other factors that we see here, implying that he may be preparing to do some big, huge bombing run blow up whatever's left of the military capacity, and then just walk away, pull up stakes, as he said in that soundbite right there, and then just declare victory because they have been decimated. What do you make of his comments there?
Well, I've seen a lot of different military hardware being moved down to the region, so it is possible that he's preparing for something big. I doubt it would be an actual like a ground invasion. I think that's not very likely. I think it's more, as you suggested, that it would be a massive bombing campaign to cause more destruction. And regarding saying that this war is almost over, it's hard to see how they're closer to a political settlement. I think he might just be talking down the markets a bit, calming them, or on the other hand, he's been saying the similar thing now for a long time, that this war can be over with quickly. We already won. So I think there's many reasons why he wants to spin this narrative, but all in all, he wants to sell a story, not necessarily report on reality. Now, but the main measurement he has of success, why the war is almost over. So, he destroyed their air force, their navy, destroyed their military. He killed their leaders. He has, hammered on the civilian infrastructure. Will take them decades to rebuild. All of this is, it's a lot of destruction, but it's a flawed argument, because I don't think necessarily more death and destruction brings any closer to peace. The question is what peace means for Iran, because what is important to recognize is this is an existential threat for Iran, and all the things that America wants, that is essentially to halt its entire civilian nuclear power. This means that its economy and energy cost will change dramatically, which will weaken Iran. If it gives up its conventional deterrence, that is its missiles and drones, then it will be more vulnerable in the future, same as if it gives up its regional partnerships. So Iran can't really bend to anything the US is asking for, because it seems that this is only a stepping stone towards the eventual destruction of Iran, which the US and Israel is seeking. So I don't see how a deal can be made as it is, unless this is out. Like, he doesn't know how to get out, so he's just going to just burn down the country and then declare victory as he goes away. This is a possibility.
Well, that is, but there's a not just one, a number of flaws, but there's at least one major flaw in that theory. And I'm going to get it on the backside of this next. One other soundbite from that interview, which I think is really important, because the question needs to be, if he does what he's about to describe here, what is the Iranian reaction going to be?
You told me on Sunday that you think they will ultimately consent and say they're not going to continue building a nuclear weapon. How will you verify?
Well, first of all, if they don't, we're not making a deal. Okay, so there's no deal. This whole thing is really about no nuclear. They cannot have a nuclear weapon, and if they're going to have a nuclear weapon, we'll be living with them for a little while. But I don't know how much longer they can survive. I don't know how much longer they can go, because they've been hit very hard. And as an example, we could take out every one of their bridges in 1 hour. We could take out every one of their power plants, electric power plants, in 1 hour. We don't want to do that, because someday you're going to have to rebuild.
So he's implying that he could be hitting those kinds of structures which he has threatened in the past, and then just walk away and say, all right, it's going to take you a couple of decades to be rebuilt. Everything's fine. We're good to go. What happens if he makes good on that? What if that is his target list? What do you think that the Iranian side would do in response?
Well, first, let me say, there's a little bit of optimism in that statement. It doesn't sound like it, but when he starts to revert into the objective of preventing Iran from getting nuclear weapons and denying and saying that they need to get a deal, I meet this with certain optimism, because if the goal is for Iran not to have a nuclear weapon, then it's very easy to get a deal. They said they don't want a nuclear weapon, they don't need it, and they've been willing in the past as well to accept the rather intrusive inspections. So if it was only about a nuclear weapon, then it sounds as if this is an out for Trump, that, I got a deal, they're not going to get a nuclear weapon after they insisted and worked so hard for it. I think that could be an out. It's same as if he argues that they have to reduce their military capabilities. If he says, I burned down their whole country, now he reduced their capabilities, that's an out. I think I would be more worried if he talks about the need to divorce itself from the regional partnerships or give up, have foreign control over his drone programs or missile programs. Once you walk into this or having no enrichment at all, then it's impossible to get a deal. And under those conditions, I would be much more concerned. Regarding your question, sorry to get to it, I think the idea that Iranians won't do anything is absurd, and I think that's been one of the most remarkable things about this war. Something, well, if you're sitting in Moscow, for example, something quite admirable, because what the Iranians have done in order to have a proper deterrence is that they've been, very diligently going up that escalation ladder with the United States and Israel. Whenever the U.S. climbs up that escalation ladder, the Iranian goes with them. There's a reason why the Iranians haven't hit desalination plants or really burned down all the energy infrastructure or ports in the Gulf states, is because, then it would open the door for the US to do the same against Iran. This is essentially a deterrent. The Americans know that whatever they do to Iran, Iran will follow them up that escalation ladder and do the same. Now, and given that they have the capabilities, it's credible and it's clearly communicated, I think that this makes it a strong deterrent. So, if they start to destroy the bridges, I think Iran's going to go after the key infrastructure of the Gulf states. They're going to burn down their ports, the electric grids, all of this. I think Iran's going to go for this exact same thing in the Gulf states. So far, the Iranian reaction has been quite predictable in this regard.
And, I think it's really important to point out that prior to the war starting, the Iranian side said, kind of to your comment there about this, go with you up the escalation ladder, that if you launch this war, we will attack your military bases in the region, and we'll continue to do the tit for tat kind of things. And I'll never forget, and I wish I could remember when he said this so I could go back and find it, but I clearly remember President Trump being asked that maybe 2 weeks before this happened. It could have been in early February, I think. Iran has said this, and I remember he just dismissed it, said they said that last time too in 2025. They said they would hit all this stuff and they didn't, so they're not going to do that. But they did literally everything that they said, to include control of the Strait of Hormuz. So when they say now that if you hit these targets here with the track record of the last 6 weeks or so, the first 6 weeks of this war, do you think that they're just bluffing, or would they risk it, because there could be pretty significant consequences if they go up that level of the escalation?
Well, it could, but it also is an immense consequence if they do not. I mean, this has kind of been a key power of the US during its hegemonic era. That is the escalation dominance, for the US knowing that it can go up that escalation ladder and knowing that at some point its adversary will have to essentially capitulate or just concede that they can't go further. So I think that the Iranians will go up. And the reason is, again, that this is existential. And I think this is also why it was different than the 12-day war. Because in the 12-day war, it was, initially the Israelis who attacked Iran. It wasn't seen as an existential threat in this regard. They retaliated against Israel. And again, it would almost have been out of place to attack American bases until the Americans had gotten involved. And I'm not sure what kind of deal the Americans and Iranians had, but anyways, the war ended shortly thereafter. So Trump wanted to have this, this big explosion. He claims the nuclear program's obliterated, and then he can go home with his head held high. But obviously, it was all nonsense, because now he's back again talking about nuclear weapons. So that doesn't make much sense if it's obliterated. But this, I think, is important, and this is why that they would do this time, because I heard Trump as well said that no one could have expected them to hit all the military bases. But common friends of ours, which we both have spoken to, made this point over and over again before the U.S. attacked. And the reason is, when the U.S. went in now, the objectives were quite clear. It was a regime change, and without a replacement government to take over, it essentially means, best case, to make Iran into a new Syria, fully chaotic, or worst case, just balkanize it along ethnic lines or what it might be. So essentially, it's about knocking out a key rival, and so this is an existential threat. So when the U.S. went and attacked now, the objectives, I think, were quite open and quite clear. And yeah, for this reason, the Iranians had to respond in a big way, and that's what they did. They shut down the Strait of Hormuz, and they began to go after all the U.S. Military bases, because this would put an imminent or immediate pressure on the United States, both its military footprint, but also starting to put this economic pain, which is well, essentially the only reason why time is now on Iran's side.
And one of the things she said, President Trump, in that last soundbite there was, this is going to be, I don't know how much longer we can live with Iran. If we go back to if the ceasefire comes to an end and we go back to this punishing bombing campaign and he hits the targets that he just enumerated there, he said, I don't know how much longer they can live. Well, now, and Gary, I'm going to ask you to pull this up from the bottom section there. President Pezeshkian gave a comment about how resilient he thinks the Iranian people are to this bombardment.
Dan, can you grab that for us?
Okay, sorry about that.
There is now a problem in the Persian Gulf, and the world has been thrown into turmoil. This has had an impact across the world. People are dissatisfied and have raised their voices. But we ourselves are in the midst of this turmoil, and despite all these pressures, our work is progressing properly.
So he says that, look, despite everything, we're going to continue to go on and we're going to operate. We have for 6 weeks. We can keep going indefinitely. Is he just trying to put a good face on this? Is he trying to be like a Churchillian figure, under fire like the Brits were during the Battle of Britain? Or do you think the Iranians can actually endure another heavy bombardment like what could be coming?
Well, it's hard to say. It could just be a brave face. We don't know exactly what their situation is. How fragile is the new government where a lot of the people have been killed? How fragile is the economy, which has also taken a big hit, also with the damage of the infrastructure. We also don't know exactly what their military capability is. That is, well, we have a good idea about the industrial capacity, that is to generate new weapons, but we don't know too much about how much more weapons they have stored, how much of their arsenal has been damaged or destroyed, and how much more punching power they do have. So there's a lot of uncertainty, but and in this situation, it's also important not to spread panic, also communicate, confidence to your own public, as well as, your military, as well as your opponent. So, it could be a brave face, but my impression is, it's a massive country. It's more than 90 million people. They don't have much more option but to persevere, and also very much in the Iranian, this Shiite culture, they do have, they don't tend to panic, I guess, or run away. They do have this martyrdom culture where, the self-sacrifice is very much celebrated. Again, I was in Iran last year, right before the Israelis began bombing, and I was a bit taken aback by how much of the celebration of those who have died for their country is. These pictures everywhere of martyrs who were killed. It's a big part of the culture. So I don't think. I think that the problem is there's probably a reason why they're confident. I think the spirit is high. I think also what you hear from even foreign intelligence. I think even the Israelis have commented on this, that the society and government now seems even more cohesive, given that they essentially rally around the flag when they're under foreign attack, especially because it's an existential threat. And so the way I see it, they have both the intent and the capabilities to push through this. So I tend to lean into believing what he says. But of course, I do recognize that there's a lot of unknown variables here.
And, and I think to your point there, I mean, we've seen when the Iranian delegation went to Islamabad last Saturday, they had that picture of their senior negotiator, Ghalibaf, sitting there with photographs of the school children that were killed in the opening round of this, with some of their artifacts there, some with blood on them, shoes, backpacks, and giving implication that, yeah, that is very much at the forefront of their thought there. You, of course, have the experience they had of the 8 years of suffering under the Iran-Iraq war, which we supported Iraq during that time. against Iran. So they have shown in their character that they have an ability to endure a considerable amount of destruction and to continue on. Now,
if I can add, sorry, if you can just add one quick thing. Sorry for interrupting, but it's also something that happens to societies in this kind of conflicts, because in Iran, and actually you can compare it to Russia in this regard, there's always a part of society which can dissent or are critical of the government, someone which might stir up problems if the state becomes vulnerable. But I think because of the openness and the sheer brutality, it kind of won everyone over. I think in Iran, there's been many people who have been thinking, perhaps this we should have had a different approach, openness to the West, and more understanding for the American position. But after all of this, very brutal attacks, 2 surprise attacks when the negotiations were seemingly close to a deal, all these comments about wiping out their entire civilization, the murder of all these young girls. I mean, all of this tends to bring over a lot of people who perhaps before were more fiercely opposed to the government would now, calm down a bit. I mean, I go a lot to Russia, and because my main research focus, and I've seen the same there. There's always been, I mean, historically, since at least Peter the Great for the past 300 years, a significant part of society which has kind of had some sympathies towards the West, wanting to see essentially Russia develop in the path of the West and also ideally integrate more with the West. But after the last few years, seeing what is being done, the attacks, direct attacks by NATO, having Western leaders such as the EU foreign policy chief talking about breaking Russia up to pieces, kind of the mask is off. The whole liberal veil, which was kind of believed by many, is now thrown aside, and all of this ruthlessness has essentially brought society together, more together than before. So war tends to do this. They cement internal solidarity when you're faced with an external existential threat. So I think that's probably an achievement which Trump hadn't hoped for.
It's interesting that reality of a firm Iranian response that's not going to buckle and not going to give into this, whether militarily or culturally, I think is starting to dawn on many people. I think President Trump, number one, is looking for an off-ramp because I think he now realizes that you're not going to militarily conquer them to be able to get what you want. Now, as I'm going to show you in a minute, I think there are some who still believe that is possible, but I think President Trump has recognized it, and that's why he's moving off. Somebody else that surprisingly recognized it is some Israeli sources. So I want to show you here a researcher who used to work for used to be a commander actually in the Israeli intelligence forces, is now went on television in Israel. Actually, I'm not sure where this was on the broadcast. It's in English, but he went on this morning to kind of admit that we realized that he used the word kinetic here. That's the term for military operations, are not going to win this.
We have to focus on what is the most important thing, meaning nuclear. And second, I think that we have to understand that we cannot mow the lawn every half a year, 6 months, 8 months in Iran. Why it's so important? Because I think that when you're looking at the learning curve of the Iranians, they're learning more for every friction. So you are investing more and achieving less. Again, not saying that you don't have achievements, we have. But at the end of the day, I don't think kinetics can topple this regime. I don't think kinetics can prevent them from building a nuclear bomb. This is a problem that we are facing right now. This is why that we have to think how we can embed the political route. Now, I'm not a fan of the Islamic Republic of Iran, but I think when we have to choose between continue the fighting and pushing them beyond the Rubicon to a bomb, or reaching an agreement that, yes, it will strengthen the regime, but will take their ability to build a bomb, I think I will choose the second option.
So he seems to acknowledge, not seems to, he does acknowledge, kinetically, you're not going to win this. Otherwise, you're just going to get into a mow the grass conversation every so often, which means go to war every 6 months, 12 months, whatever, never getting out of the cycle here. And so now he says, maybe we should find some other means to actually have a negotiated so that we can live with them, which I haven't heard from any, at least important Israeli source since this war started. What do you make of that?
No, well, first of all, that terminology to mow the lawn, that's what they use usually against the Palestinians. That is every few months or years, just do some massacres, killings, do a lot of destruction, hit economic targets, military targets, just gradually, keep them weak. This has also been, to a large extent, a wider policy, not just by Israel, but the U.S. across the region. That is, every now and then, just be able to bomb a little bit in Iraq or Syria or Libya. And Iran has made it very clear that this is why they warned that if there's a little bit of bombing, because there were some suggestions, we'll just bomb you a little bit and then we'll put an end to it, that they would reject this. Indeed, this is the whole idea that they want to deny the U.S. de-escalation dominance. That is, for the U.S. to decide when the bombing begins, how much bombing there should be, what are legitimate targets, and when we put an end to it. Once they see this ground to the Americans, then they have then they essentially can come and bomb whenever they want. So they don't want to be one of these recipients of the mow the lawn policy. And well, it is interesting that you hear this from the Israelis. I remember I heard a similar comment coming from the former head of Mossad when I forgot when it was, when the Chinese negotiated these agreements between Iran and Saudi Arabia to improve relations. At that point, I remember the former head of Mossad made the point that, listen, if the Gulf states are going to improve their relations with Iran, maybe we can too. We don't really have a common border. A lot of our differences can be resolved, and that's usually what you would hope to hear from intelligence chiefs. That is, you want to map out where do our interests conflict, to what extent can this be resolved, and when it can't be resolved, how can it be managed? But essentially make a peace, because Israel doesn't make any sense for it to be the last country in an anti-Iranian alliance. That's a very poor idea, and I think that was the idea of the Mossad agent. But Mossad head. But just another comment, though, is I think the whole idea of mowing the lawn in Iran and just reducing its military capabilities, one has to also, this would make sense if you want to reduce their offensive capabilities. But the whole idea of diminishing Iran's conventional deterrent, I think if your goal is for them not to have a nuclear deterrent, this is an absolute disaster. If Iran has to live in fear of being destroyed and it doesn't have a proper conventional deterrent, they would be mad if they did develop a nuclear deterrent. That's the ultimate deterrent. So if you want a nuclear-free Iran, what you should do is, make sure that they have some sense of security, that they know they won't be bombed every couple of months, and also allow them to have a proper deterrent. So conventional ones, so they don't need to lean on the nuclear, because they don't really want the nuclear. If they get the nuclear, the Turks, the Saudis, this can proliferate quite quickly. So it's not rational to get the nuclear unless you put them in the situation in which we're currently putting them now.
Yeah, where it's literally life and death for the regime. It's interesting. I said a minute ago that it seems that it might be dawning on President Trump that this can't be won militarily. It's definitely dawning on this intelligence researcher here, but not everybody is in that boat right now. This is earlier on, I think this actually was yesterday on Fox News. Rebecca Heinrich, who's, if you don't know who she is, that's somebody who's very close to the Trump administration, has been a very reliable advocate for whatever policies the administration has been going on. She still seems to think that there's a military solution here, that we're on the top, but that nevertheless, we're going to extend the hand of diplomacy.
President Trump had sort of indicated that maybe the United States could just continue to keep an eye on remainder of Iran's nuclear program from the skies and surveil it and continue to entomb it, make sure that the Iranians cannot access it. But now Vice President Vance is saying, no, we do want to remove all of that enriched uranium. We want that out of the country, and we want the Iranians to comply with that. So the United States is going to continue to keep an open hand for diplomacy while we carry out this blockade. At the same time, we've got all of our troops still in the region, Stuart. We haven't moved any of our troops out. In fact, we are moving some troops into the region.
Okay, a couple of really important things that she said there, which lends to my concern about some of the things President Trump said this morning that was released, is that we're, and actually, let me just start with this one. It's kind of weird in my view and ugly. We're extending the hand of diplomacy while we have the blockade at the same time. Given what happened in 2025 and the start of this war here, does anybody really think that we have an open hand of diplomacy?
No. And again, not only does one have to look at the two last deceptive negotiations, which ended up in surprise attacks, but even right now, the ceasefire is supposed to still be in place. And the US decided now to impose a blockade, which is an act of war against, and definitely a clear escalation against Iran by putting a blockade on its ports. So why do this in the 2 weeks of ceasefire when the situation should be calmed down? So I'm not seeing any of this. I'm seeing a lot of military hardware being moved into the region. I'm seeing blockade on the Iranian ports. And when they finally met in Islamabad, you had this very the dismissive attitude in which they more or less demanded the capitulation of Iran and then walked away. And this made no sense. The US said now at the beginning of the ceasefire they would use the point of departure being Iran's 10-point plan, but this is not what they came to discuss. So the whole thing is a bit strange, but it's a little bit in the line of Trump as well. That is, he does this maximum pressure and will destroy your civilization unless you take this deal over here. But then no, it's unclear. Well, it's not unclear that the legitimacy behind it. I don't think the Iranians will trust this for a bit. I think if the US wants to engage in diplomacy, then the Iranians will, I think, primarily for two reasons. One, if they can find an end to this war, because the Iranians are hurting a lot. A lot of people are being killed. A lot of things are being destroyed, but also prove to the world that they do want to negotiate. And time again, they're sitting at the table. They're the one accepted the JCPOA. They're the one who set the negotiation twice when the other side was just planning a surprise attack. They're the one who came in good faith to the ceasefire, while the other side did not. So, and this is important. I mean, I know it's not material if you want to measure things in material power, but if you go back in the years, I remember, for example, during the Iraq War, when people were talking about the next war possibly being Iran, there was zero empathy for Iran. No one would ever have thought about saying anything in Iran's defense. But if you look at the reputation of Iran now, it has, I've never seen this in my lifetime, at least, people speak in Iran about this way. So I think, they will continue to be open to negotiations, but I don't think they trust the counterpart for a second.
Yeah, which is going to make diplomacy kind of hard. I mean, you can hate your opponent, but if you can't trust that they're going to do whatever they agree to, then doesn't seem to be any rational basis for you to concede anything. We'll see how that's going to play out. Now, I saw in that headline, Gary, just popped up here in the Wall Street Journal. Apparently, now that we're looking to extend the period of the ceasefire, which I think was supposed to set to expire on Monday. We'll see if that continues on there. I hadn't seen that. That's I see the date on that, or the time on that is about 15 minutes ago. So I guess that is something new. We'll keep an eye on that and see what that's going to do. But one wonders, because we certainly have some experience with this, if that just means, well, all of the stuff that you just mentioned about seeing flow into the region, which Rebecca Heinrichs mentioned there, that there's a true buildup. One wonders is, well, maybe we just haven't gotten all the resources in place and we need more time to do that. Sounds kind of cynical, but then again, there's a lot of ground troops for that. And in fact, let me go back to that same interview with Rebecca Heinrichs, because she talked about what maybe some of these troops might be planning to do.
When that F-16 plane, our warplane, was downed in Iran, and the United States conducted two successful, very different extraction operations requiring different kinds of weapon systems and troops, we demonstrated we can get troops on the ground, Stuart. We can get troops in. We have so degraded Iran's military that we can operate pretty safely and successfully in removing things that we want out of Iran. And so the Iranians surely have to understand that. And that is going to give President Trump, I think, increased confidence that if the Iranians are not going to cooperate, the United States is going to extract that material forcibly.
And I'm like, are you freaking high that we're going to forcibly take that nuclear material? Number one, the chances of it being in one place is pretty low. I mean, they would be fools to have a single point of failure. I'm sure they've got it developed into 3 or 4 other places around the country. Every one of them are going to be high security, very well defended, incredibly difficult to get into. Almost certainly in some of these underground facilities, it would be well nigh impossible for a conventional force to go in. But holy cow, that we have this opportunity and this capability that now Iran's powerless. when the very circumstances that she talked about, getting the F-16 pilot out, cost us two C-130J aircraft, 4 helicopters, and this wreckage everywhere, which is a big propaganda coup for the Iranian side. I mean, who's buying that, Glenn?
I don't know. I truly hope that Trump isn't listening to these people, but it appears that it could be. And again, for me, it's fantasy. It looks like she's been binge watching, Top Gun movies or something. It's not clear, but this is it doesn't make any sense. Like you said, it's not just that they have a big military. It's a massive territory. It's the kind of weapons they have as well. All of this makes it very difficult. They're also having seemingly pretty good intelligence in terms of what American assets are in the region where they're moving. And I get the idea that they would just sit still and be bombed. I think no, that they would not only be able to obstruct any of these goals, but they could also hit back in a very big way. So no, I don't know what she's talking about. To me, this seems quite absurd, because this extraction of this pilot, this was not a successful mission. I mean, as you said, this came at a very high cost. And but regarding extending, by the way, the ceasefire, it probably is to ship in more weapons, but it's also maybe just to put the whole thing on the slow burner. I mean, the Gaza got very intense. It got a lot of international publicity, and so Trump had negotiated a ceasefire, but they then just took it a bit on slow burner. They're still killing people. They're still doing the same things, but it took it a little bit out of the headlines. So if Trump can say, let's have a ceasefire, however, at the same time we'll build up our military, at the same time we start putting a blockade on your ports, and we can slowly bleed you, then that's better than having a all-out war. So,
but here's the problem with that. Again, I concede that he may well be thinking exactly that, but there are some second and third order effects problems here that are putting pressure on Trump more than they are on the Iranian side. And one imagines that the Iranian side, who has seemed very cogent and very sober-minded in their calculations of all these things, and I don't think they've been surprised by a single thing that's happened. And I think they calculated ahead of time that they're going to take a lot of hit. They're going to suffer some substantial damage and casualties, but that they're looking longer term here. Well, I think one of the things they're looking at is what is the result of this, first of all, the closure that the Iranian side had, and now the blockade that the U.S. is kind of employing. We can talk about how porous that has already proven so far. But nevertheless, the daily traffic flow is just a trickle from what it was before that. And that's having some ramifications besides just the price of oil or the price of a gallon of gasoline here in the United States. And that is in some farming issues here. So we have, this is in the United States, first of all. This is just yesterday. The conflict in the Middle East has sent fertilizer and fuel prices soaring. The closure of the Strait of Hormuz is keeping critical fertilizer supplies and crude oil from reaching global markets, putting a squeeze on supplies around the world. Spring planting decisions depend heavily on access to fertilizer and diesel fuel, both of which have been heavily impacted by geopolitical risks here in the United States. Then you look over into to Asia, Seoul, soaring fuel prices up in daily life as war drives oil costs higher. In Australia, a half world away, reshapes what Australian farmers plant. Africa grapples with energy crisis as Iran war disrupts fuel supplies. Really, everywhere you're looking, all of these things are putting more and more pressure on President Trump, because our friends and allies in all these regions, to include our own farmers here, are saying, uncle, whatever, get this thing opened up, because we can't keep going. You talk about he maybe slow roll by moving off the headlines. That may work on one level, but it's going to raise the cost on the other, because the longer this goes on, the greater the cost is, and the longer term it's going to last, even when it opens up. What do you think about that problem?
Yeah, and this is also in season now. As you said, this is the time when the farmers have to start to plant their crops. And well, when there's such a shortage, increase in prices, yeah, there's not going to be enough. So the food crisis coming down the road. I mean, even if everything is open up now and we can continue, then it's the food crisis still going to hit, and as then the food prices will begin to spike. it's quite predictable that it's going to be some of the poorest who will suffer the most. So this could be a lot of social instability, not just in the US, but Australia, around the world. So we already see a lot of countries are kind of squeezed, living paycheck to paycheck. And yeah, this is going to probably trigger more problems around the world. So it's quite a disaster that this is not being a priority. This is not a side effect which they can simply fix later on. So.
Hey guys, forget all you know about AI video. It's so over. And we have the new AI video model that is dominating the industry. It's called Dreamina Sea Dance 2.0, and it's
right, because in the real danger is that a lot of these things that have already been baked in. We had a show with a British Commodore, retired Commodore yesterday, who's now in the energy field, and he's talking about how his calculations show that even financially, we've already baked in a lot of costs. That even if the Strait were to open tomorrow, that a lot of these costs are probably going to result in a recession, a global recession already, just because of the fundamentals that involved in unwinding a lot of this, et cetera. But then this issue here with the fertilizers means that the shortage that exists right now are going to have, no matter what, an impact on the crop production once they get to the time when they reap the harvest coming up in this fall. So we've now also baked in potential higher cost in food or scarcity, which is also going to drive up the price. So there's already a lot of second and third order effects from what we have here. And now that I want to look at specifically about China, this is also from this morning. Sorry, that's there for anybody who wants to know. Please, I strongly recommend you go look at our show yesterday with Commodore Steve Jeremy, where he lays a lot of this stuff out. This morning, we had President Trump at 7:46 this morning in the Eastern time, says that China is very happy that I am permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. Well, that's interesting. I would be happy that too if it were so. So curious on that point so far. But anyway, he continues on. I am doing it for them also and the world. This situation will never happen again. They have agreed not to send weapons to Iran, meaning China. We'll see if that is true or not, but that's what presidents claim. President Xi will give me a big fat hug when I get there in a few weeks. And we are working together smartly and very well. That doesn't that beat fighting? But remember, we are very good at fighting if we have to, far better than anyone else. So that's what President Trump is thinking. That China, Xi Jinping apparently is so grateful for President Trump, he's going to give him a big fat hug. Except that the Wall Street Journal is reporting that maybe not quite so much. This is also today. This is actually about an hour and a half before President Trump posted that. They said a month before President Trump's scheduled trip to Beijing, China is ratcheting up pressure on the U.S., preparing legal tools for its tit-for-tat retaliation against foreign companies it deems to be damaging Chinese interest. Officials and state media say measures were meant to send a message that China wouldn't be pushed around by other powers, and suggested Beijing wasn't willing to compromise its interest to placate Trump ahead of his visit here. So which of those two things do you put more stock in, President Trump's Truth Social or Wall Street Journal's analysis of what President Xi Jinping is thinking?
Well, I have to go with the Wall Street Journal on this one, I'm afraid. That is, Scott Bessent also came out and made this point that China would now be cut off from a key source of oil. And keep in mind that Trump is talking about opening up the strait, and the Chinese are so happy they want to give him a hug, but the Iranians are giving access to Chinese ships. What is happening now is that the U.S. puts a blockade on Iran. This is essentially not just an act of war, which a blockade is, but it's aimed at China. I think 85 or 90% of the Iranian oil is sold to China, something along those numbers. And this is meant to be a hit towards the Chinese. So I consider this probably to be then that the Chinese are a key target of this. I think that and this has to be seen in the context of a wider economic war. For example, when Trump tried to cut off China's access to semiconductors, to roll back its technological development, was this also to help the Chinese? No, this is an economic war.
I'm
These
sorry,
are the two-
Gary, keep that headline handy. I'm going to come back to that in a second. Sorry, Glenn, continue on.
No, I was just saying these are the two biggest economies. It's the United States, which is being overtaken by China. In terms of purchasing power parity, the Chinese economy overtook the American one in 2014. So it's a quite a massive economy already, the Chinese. So this key objective of weakening a key rival, this is a key theme. This is why, again, there's a limit on tech exports. This is why they're cutting off China from Iran. This is also why there's an interest in severing Russia a bit away from China. I mean, this is a common theme. So the idea that that Trump would go in to open up the strait to help the Chinese, it's nonsense. But yeah, what else can you say?
And I can tell you what else I can say. Gary, can you pull that headline back up there? This is just one of those that just is so cringeworthy to read, because you have the audacity to say, as the U.S. Secretary of Treasury, that China has been an unreliable partner when we, number one, talk about them as the pacing threat to us, but then now you're going to castigate them as being an unreliable partner by, quote, hoarding oil during war that we started. And what rational country would not protect its assets and its strategic petroleum resources so that they can weather any kind of a disruption like this that we started? And I just got to ask, I mean, just from me looking at this, I just like going, you cannot be serious. I hadn't seen that headline, so thanks for that, Gary. But how is that being reviewed? You're looking at this from a European perspective, from a Western perspective. Do you look at that and say, yeah, that's right, China is a jerk? Or do you have a different reaction?
Well, no, like you said, they referred to China as an enemy. They stated clearly the objective of weakening China as a strategic rival, and they're pursuing this policy. So, yeah, the idea that the U.S. attacks China, it bombs a key partner of it in the region, a key supplier of energy, and yeah, as you said, China is attempting to rebuild its to keep its energy supplies up. I mean, how is this being a bad partner? Also, I think the word partner is a very unique one, because you know, what happened to, you know, referring to them as an enemy or an adversary? It's quite incredible, but it's still this need, I guess, to essentially try to shift the focus and blame the Chinese for what's essentially becoming a very failed war.
Now, I want to stick with the Chinese theme here, because you've written something on this that you have in your Substack. You said U.S. naval blockade aims to cut off China's access to oil. What is your main thesis here? And I guess kind of in a bigger picture here, what are the Chinese doing when they hear stuff like Scott Bessent saying there, and then they see stuff like what President Trump put about getting a big, fat hug and all this, and that we're going to open it up for them, when they see it's not opened up and they have been hit with this, and they are listed as the pacing threat? That's a lot of mixed messaging here. How do the Chinese navigate all this, and what do you think that they're going to do?
Well, I think they realize kind of the wider strategy that is just crowd entirely the information space, just fill it up with all this different noise, and then there won't be any serious discussion. Because if we had a serious discussion, I think we'll be very open. That is, the United States isn't opening up access to China. They just put a blockade. Chinese ships coming to get oil for its industries are now being blocked by American warships, which is an act of war. The idea that this is to their assistance, it's nonsense. So I think all this, they're going to give us a big fat hug. We're partners. We get along. We have a good relationship. While at the same time, essentially, threatening them with the iron fist if they don't do as they're told. I think they kind of realize this strategy already. But I think also key is all these mixed messages. I think, like I said, I think it's just crowding the information space. Trump is kind of good at this, though. He does send a lot of information in there.
Now, you talk mixed messages. Let me ask you also, how much did the Chinese pay attention to statements like what I'm about to show you of a U.S. senator? This is Senator Scott, who's talking about the whole situation in Iran. But notice the way he ends this clip.
How do you feel like this is going? Should the U.S. wrap this up, get out of there now, or do you think there's more to do there?
I appreciate that Trump's trying to get rid of the nuclear weapons. I don't want to die by a nuclear weapon from Iran. They wanted to kill us. I mean, this appeasement of bullies, I don't know if in your life if that's worked for you guys. It's never worked for me. And so they wanted to kill us. So and they're getting close to be in a position to kill us. And they basically have been killing Americans. So I think what Trump did is the right thing. He has to get them in a position that they don't have the ability to do nuclear weapons or ballistic missiles. I think that's where we have to go. I don't know what the right approach is going to be. I think blocking the Strait of Hormuz is fine from my standpoint. If no oil ever goes to China again and their economy is destroyed, that would be a really wonderful day for me.
What? I mean, almost just you just got to shake your head. I mean, what do you mean? China is the biggest, as you just put here in the PPP. I think it's the biggest economy in the world, and you're okay with that collapsing? I mean, does he not know how much bilateral trade we do with China? I mean, what? I'm speechless.
Well, if you see the bombing campaign of Israel and the United States in Iran, they hit a lot of railroads. They hit the ports on the Caspian Sea. A lot of this is linked to the Russian, Iranian, Indian international north-south transportation corridor, and a lot of the attacks on its energy infrastructure is intended to deplete the supplies which China is getting. So no, this war is about a bigger thing. It's also going after other key strategic rivals. I don't think the U.S. invaded or attacked Iran to begin with, for example, to destroy this transportation corridor. But once they're in there, I think they obviously take advantage and seek to bomb things they wish hadn't been built. But I think the Chinese know that they are a key target in this war. I mean, when all of the oil of Iran's going to China and they're starting to bomb the Iranian oil, and the China is the main strategic rival, it's quite obvious what this is, who the target is. In terms of, wanting to stop Iran from getting the ability to get a nuclear weapon and how irrational they are, that they're just, they're dying to get a nuclear weapon. And once they get it, they will aim it at us because they want to destroy us. The problem is there's no evidence for any of this. We've seen, on the contrary, all evidence suggesting Iran wasn't getting a nuclear weapon. And also the idea that they're this crazy, irrational religious fanatics, it doesn't correspond with the actual policies and behavior they have. They have been quite rational. And so I think it's all, I wouldn't listen too much what they're saying. It's all words, it's noise. I would look at more what they're doing. And what they're doing is they're destroying key infrastructure, which benefits China.
Right, and that is the problem. You talk about who's irrational and who's religious zealots and stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure we want to have that equally applied across the board based on those comments here. But in the last section here, in this Substack that you've written here, where are the Chinese in all this? What do you think is going to happen? Presuming this meeting actually does occur, because it's already been postponed once between President Xi Jinping and President Trump. What message will Jinping send? Because I think we too often think of them in the West anyway, and the Americans, as kind of in a passive position that they're just going to listen to whatever Trump says and they'll just react to it. But do they have any, I guess you could call it proactive kind of stance? What message might they be delivering to President Trump?
Well, first of all, I think Trump's main objective now towards the Chinese is to keep them out. When everyone goes to war, it's important to isolate the target. That is, they did the same with the Russians. They pushed for the whole world to essentially isolate Russia as they went after its economy and its military. So I think they're doing the same now with Iran. This is essentially the core of Trump's message as well, pointing out, we had a good talk, with the Chinese. Look what talk can achieve, as opposed to fighting. But if they do want to fight, no one does it better than us. So I think they want to, make sure that the Chinese do not assist Iran in any significant way. I do think that the Chinese can't afford to allow Iran to fall. So I'm sure they're doing something, at least offering the appropriate intelligence and probably well, from what I've been hearing, probably sending some weapon systems in, especially some air defenses or missiles. I'm not quite sure what they're sending, interceptive missiles, that is. So, they're doing something to help the Iranians. But overall, the Chinese are, well, they're quite risk averse. I mean, why? It's just, well, this is a fact that they try to avoid a lot of conflicts. Why? You can have different theories. One would be, you don't want a conflict today because the longer it's delayed, the relative power of China will be strengthened. So it's better not to have a conflict today. But I think, well, sorry, back to your question. The message of the Chinese will be that they want to put an end to this immediately, and also for the American side to also escalate it in this manner by targeting China. I think that's something they will go after, and they might treat it as such as well, because if they say this is obviously going against China, then China will might retaliate in an economic way. I can't imagine them openly, participating in any military activities or even admitting that they're supplying weapons. But there will have to be some reaction, I think.
Yeah, and I can certainly see a case where China could be doing all the things that you suggest, and you just telling Trump, no, we're not giving him any weapons, and having him saying, yay, and then put out a true social, like the headline you just saw there. Trump does seem kind of malleable on things that look good for him. We'll see how that works out. But let me just ask you, kind of in a...
sorry.
Sure.
No, I was just going to say, I think it's mutual beneficial. Trump has to, again, he has to manage the information space, so he has to be able to go out and say, look, China's not doing anything. They respect me too much. This is your president. They wouldn't respect Biden. They respect me. So he needs to put out this message, and the Chinese would also like the message out that they're not involved. They probably are. So they both want essentially the same headlines. And so I think this will be unproblematic.
And just let me ask you, kind of as a pessimistic way to look at this, especially if you're an Iranian, it's almost like you can see a path that China could go. I mean, I'd like it to be over with quickly. I'd like the oil to get turned back on quickly. But if it has to go on, if it drags on a long time, I'm not necessarily bad with that, because that is going to continue to drain the resources of the United States, continue to drain their missile capabilities, offensive and defensive. It already is going to take years to replace, and our conventional inventory keeps dwindling, while the Chinese inventories are certainly very robust and probably have the industrial capacity to sustain a long-term war should they ever get into one. This will make it even less likely that we can do anything to China. How do you see that?
Well, it could be, because, well, China seems to be benefiting from all of the U.S. mistakes. I mean, there's like a funny meme on the internet with, Xi Jinping leaning backwards with a great plan of just sitting back and let America destroy itself. And it feels like that's what they're doing, because we saw the same with the war against Russia now. That is, China getting all these benefits it never even asked for. So the Europeans putting, this, we're going to ban the Russian airspace. Okay, now the Chinese airlines are just, just eliminated their competition. We see now all this massive amount of Russian gas and oil, which was previously meant for Europe. They're signing them on 30-year contracts over to the Chinese instead at discounts. So they get a lot of benefits benefits out of this. So it's it's hard to say, but I don't think at the end of the day, whatever pain they can bring to China in terms of cutting them off of some Iranian oil, I think in the long run, this will probably benefit China as well. And I think that's been one of the key themes, I think, of problems for the United States. That is this transition from a unipolar system to a multipolar. Because keep in mind that if there's a unipolar system that's maintaining one hegemon, the goal is to keep down all the other rival powers. However, once this doesn't work, once there's a multipolar system, one has to change policy. What we see now, whenever, if the US, for example, convinces the Indians to stop trading with Iran, well, now Iran becomes very dependent on China. If we try to cut off the Europeans from Russia, which, well, has been done, well, now Russia will lean excessively into China. So at every turn, when one disrupts what would be a natural equilibrium, it seems to benefit China. And this is because the world is multipolar, but the US is still pursuing these unipolar strategies. I remember I said it even back, when was it, 2012.
And it's turn them out time coming up quickly. In Britain, more quickly than anywhere else. Keir Starmer has fallen to fourth place in the public opinion polls, only a couple of weeks before the local elections in England and the national elections in Scotland and Wales. If Keir Starmer finishes in fourth place, he will not even last long enough to see the trial of the rent boys who allegedly arsoned him, who allegedly set fire to his motor cars and his properties. He'll be out before 4 o'clock in the morning on the day after the election. Merz has fallen to the lowest level ever suffered by any German chancellor. Macron is sitting on a throne by the tip of his backside and can fall off it at any time. And J.D. Vance played to a 3/4 empty conference last night. Even though the tickets were free, 3/4 of the people didn't turn up. It was the most ignominious humiliation of the shrinking J.D. Vance, who was set up to fail in Islamabad and is now being routinely humiliated by his boss, Donald Trump, and the rest of the American political class. The journalists are literally laughing at him. The New York Times coined what must be the newspaper headline of the 21st century when it quoted J.D. Vance telling His Holiness the Pope that he should be more careful in future when talking about theology. I'm not making that up. That really happened. J.D. Vance has only been a Catholic for just over 6 years, knows better about theology, you see, than the Chicago-born Pope. In fact, Trump has now fallen out with 1 billion Catholics around the world. Soon there'll be nobody left to fall out with. His polling ratings amongst the white working class, blue-collar Americans has plummeted to catastrophic, unheard of levels. His ratings amongst ethnic minorities in the United States had already moved massively into the red, and I don't mean Republican red, I mean into deficit. His polling ratings amongst every class of people, except the extreme Zionist tiny minority, are now in very deep trouble. And he's fallen out with Signora Meloni. I don't know about you, but looking at their body language over the years, I rather thought that he fancied her and that it might actually be reciprocated. But she has damned him, not once, but twice this week, for the utterly gross, grotesque, and disrespectful way that he was speaking about the Pope. Note to Donald Trump, you may not know it, but the Vatican is actually in Rome, as is Signora Meloni. She damned him, he damned her back, and she damned him with words that will live forever. He said that she was the one that was unacceptable because she wanted to risk Iran getting nuclear weapons and dropping them on Italy, although why anyone would want to do that is, of course, a debatable point. But she fired back. Well, as I understand it, there are 9 countries in the world that have nuclear weapons, and none of them have ever threatened to send a nuclear weapon to Italy. In fact, of those 9, she said, only 1 country has ever used those nuclear weapons. She didn't name the country, but then she didn't have to. So he's fallen out with Meloni. He's fallen out again today with the government of Denmark, having reiterated his demand, not request, his demand to be given the territory of Greenland one way or another. He said the stars and stripes are going to fly over Greenland. He's already written off NATO, and they are preparing a NATO after the USA. They are preparing basically a dad's army, a dads and woke army. There'll be gay pride campaigners in it. There'll be 55-year-old men in it. They won't have very many weapons. They won't have much war materiel, certainly not from Britain, which has simultaneously today declared that the Ministry of Defence must find £3.5 billion worth of savings and at the same time prepare for World War III. Yes, they sent a guy who looked like Mr. Bean with gold braid weighing down his left shoulder so that he actually looked misshapen, who's never fought a war or a battle in his entire life, to tell us that we must all prepare for large-scale war in Europe. When I say he looked like Mr. Bean, I hope we've got a picture of him, because actually Mr. Bean was rather more prepossessing than him. So the British are not going to be contributing all that much to this European NATO. But the British are on their way back into the European Union. The Erasmus scheme was reinstated by Keir Starmer today. The proposal to give Britain Swiss-style access to the single market, a big major step towards rejoining the European Union, has already been agreed by the cabinet. And all it remains is for it to be agreed by the European Union, which, now that they've gotten rid of the Hungarian Prime Minister, will presumably be easier for von der Leyen and the other bureaucrats, Eurocrats who run the EU to get whatever it is that they want. So Britain back into the EU, a NATO which doesn't have the country which contributes 80% of its money and materiel and its soldiers. What could possibly go wrong? This major war they're planning in Europe, incidentally, is against the victors of Stalingrad, the victors of Kursk, the people who crushed Hitler in his lair in the rubble in Berlin. And sure as Zhukov predicted, the Europeans have never forgiven them. So we are now in a hiatus in the Persian Gulf. Well, I say hiatus, but the Americans just sent another 10,000 American soldiers to join the 50,000 American soldiers who are already there. Trump is boasting about the number of ships that are coming out of the Strait of Trump. Well, he wanted to call it the Strait of Trump, but he never said who, maybe the Vatican, said that he could not do that. It must be the Strait of Hormuz or the Hormuz Strait. Which is better, he asked. Well, they're both equally good. I tell you, the more you look at Donald Trump, the more you realize that this man has lost his mind. But his comparison of himself to the Messiah, which he laughably...
Stop letting them increase your rates. I used to let them raise my car insurance every year until I found this huge loophole that insurance companies don't want you to know about.
I thought that we might believe was him comparing himself not to Jesus, but to a Red Cross doctor. Frankly, I'm not sure which is the less believable idea, that he saw himself as a Red Cross doctor or that he saw himself as Jesus Christ. It's quite clear, the blasphemy, the sacrilege involved in that tweet, and yet today he has doubled down on it. He's put out another from something called Irish for Trump. He has put out another meme of him in the arms of Jesus, admittedly made Jesus an inch or two taller than him. But the intent was very clear, that Donald Trump is divine. that Donald Trump is infallible, that Donald Trump has the finest character and the highest IQ and the greatest political grasp of any American president ever. And the fact that the polls and the impending elections in November make clear that he's going to be cleaned out, the Republicans are going to be cleaned out. As Mrs. Thatcher said, a souffle never rises twice. Donald Trump is not going to be the souffle that is the exception. Donald Trump is toast. And J.D. Vance will not even be the Republican Party's nominee to succeed him at the next presidential elections. Of that, I am certain. So it's a situation that we are experiencing both a blockade and a record number of ships evading the blockade. And Trump doesn't know which of these two mutually contradictory statistics to cheer. In fact, he cites in aid of his own position both statistics in the same interview. But China has already told the United States that they will, under no circumstances, be blockaded by Donald J. Trump and his navy far off the shores of the Persian Gulf. And the Iranians, if they have to, will rain down fire and thunder on the American ships anywhere near the Gulf and destroy them. That much is clear. That's why they are not approaching the Gulf. So you can't run a blockade from hundreds of kilometers away from the scene of the action. The American aircraft carriers actually sailed right around Africa in order to approach the theater of operations because they dare not enter the Red Sea, which is controlled by Iran's ally, Ansar Allah, the armed forces of the Yemen. So we're in a state of total confusion, even so far as the propaganda messages are concerned. Trump says the Iranians have no air force, but I just saw their air force escorting the Chief Martial Law Administrator, CMLA, as I call him, Field Marshal Munir of Pakistan, into Tehran's airport this very evening. The talks apparently are ongoing. Face-to-face talks may be ongoing in 2 days' time. That's how close we are to the end of the war. Trump told Fox News the war was over just yesterday, in which case, why another 10,000 soldiers? Why threaten things that you're simply not in a position to carry out the threat? Why threaten a blockade when you cannot blockade? A blockade is an act of war. The Iranians would be perfectly legally entitled to sink any ship seeking to blockade their ports, but they're not blockaded anyway. China, Russia, Iran, Pakistan are just 4 of the countries that are sailing freely through the Straits of Hormuz. Trump says he's doing this for China, at the same time as warning China to stop selling weapons to Iran. Then he claims that China has accepted this demand and will not sell any more weapons to Iran, forcing the Chinese to say, we have never discussed this matter with Donald Trump. We neither confirm nor deny that we are selling weapons to Iran. If we are or if we are not, this is an entirely sovereign matter for China. And China does not accept orders from foreign countries.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys, Nina just built an app.
Anyway, all the air traffic going in these big transport planes coming from China, I mean, they may be filled with noodles. I don't know. But it's a bit more likely that they're filled with defensive material to at least dampen the ardor of the American armed forces should Trump decide to send them back into the fray. I'm going to take a flyer. I know that this is not the view of everyone watching. Still less is it the view of others. But I believe Donald Trump. I believe the Iran war is over. Unless, of course, Benjamin Netanyahu takes a hand. Unless Netanyahu so viciously attacks Iran that Iran will have no alternative but to rain down the now familiar death and destruction on the settler state of Israel, which will in turn put pressure on Donald Trump to re-enter the war. I believe the war is over. I don't believe that we will see any further mass bombardment, still less any bombardment of the vital infrastructure, the civilian infrastructure of Iran. Now, I may be left with egg on my face come Sunday's show, but that's my prediction. I believe that even Trump can read the runes. Even J.D. Vance can read a 3/4 empty auditorium, so empty that Erica Kirk didn't turn up. She says it was for her personal security. I think it was because she'd seen the ticket sales, even though the sales were free. So the war leaders, the leaders of the Western camp, which has sacrificed everything for Netanyahu, sacrificed their entire political position in their home country for Netanyahu, are all going down. Even my own party, the Workers' Party of Britain, we will win seats in 2 weeks' time in Manchester, in Rochdale, in Bury, in Oldham, in Birmingham. Even we as a small socialist party are going to win a super victory, series of victories in these cities, if not in others. Halifax, I forgot to mention, where we definitely will be winning seats. The Greens are going to win a shed load of seats from Labour. They may destroy Labour's position in the capital city of London. Reform, despite the trials and tribulations of Nigel Farage, are still mopping up not just the mass of the Conservative vote, but a very substantial section of traditional Labour voters whose ancestors were voting Labour, but whose great-great-grandchildren will definitely not be. So the humiliation of Keir Starmer, of Herr Merz, of President Macron is, of course, something to rejoice about. But unless they're replaced by people who genuinely mean it when they say that they favor sovereignty, unless they're replaced by people who really want to make Britain great again, make France great again, make Germany great again, or forget that, I'm not so sure about that one. Unless they're replaced by people who will genuinely put the national interest above the supranational interest, if they're replaced by people who are going to support the kind of thing that was announced today by the British Chancellor of the Exchequer, the day after the downgrading of Britain's economic prospects was headline news in the country. Britain is the worst placed country in the Western world. In the coming economic storm, worst place. I mean, worse than Bulgaria. I mean, worse than anywhere in the Western world. And on the day after, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, an inky-fingered clerkess called Rachel Reeves, announced another 752,000 million pounds, £752 million. She promised to little Zelensky, the thief of Kiev, as well as 12,000 drones, which we in Britain have built and are about to donate to little Zelensky over the next 12 months? We better hope we don't need them ourselves. What do you think? Well, we've got the one and only Pulitzer Prize winner, Chris Hedges, coming up after this short break.
Right. So Donald Trump has instigated a blockade on ships going to and from Iranian ports through the Strait of Hormuz, that narrow waterway at the mouth of the Persian Gulf that we're all now so familiar with. But the word instigated is actually doing a lot of heavy lifting here, because what has followed is not some neat little picture of Iran being economically strangled at sea, but China turning around and saying, no, you're not stopping us, or we're going to have a problem. And other nations like Britain and France have also said no to Donald Trump, in the so far as they're saying, we're not going to help you in this act of self-immolating stupidity, which you've begun, which you've got yourself involved in, which you've instigated, which you started, which is saying something given their leaderships actually too, especially Keir Starmer, who's been happy to launch bombers from UK soil and defensively join Trump's war in other ways as well. And although the Chinese aspect of this story is the bit the mainstream has focused on the most, they've not told the whole story, because it gets so much worse for Trump.
US blockade, as you say, now in place, and amid efforts to restart peace talks, oil and gas prices remaining high.
This morning, the US Navy blockading Iran. 16 US warships are now enforcing President Trump's order to stop all ships entering or departing Iranian ports and coastal areas. 2 tankers under US sanctions turning around as the restrictions went into effect. The rich Starry, though, now appears to have successfully made it through the Strait of Hormuz, one of 3 ships to cross today.
I wonder what China said to Trump to make him wet himself and allow that ship through in the end. A Chinese-owned tanker called Rich Starry carrying on through anyway. Trump wanted a display of control, didn't he? What he's got is a display of leakage. He wanted fear, he got argument. He wanted the image of everybody lining up behind Washington while Iran got squeezed from the water. These had allies refusing to join in with him. Beijing calling the move dangerous and irresponsible, and seemingly saying something which made the orange drain from his face. And maritime data being used to show that traffic tied to Iran and traffic embarrassing to Washington are very much still be moving through the very route he said that he was locking down. But it gets even worse for Trump again than that. So much more humiliating for him, because it's not just screwing up shipping to Iranian interests, because the Strait of Hormuz is, of course, a bottleneck. Therefore, it's screwing all shipping up. His blockade runs straight through the entire Gulf export system that Washington says it protects, and out into the import chains of all the countries far beyond the region that still need those cargoes to arrive on their shores. Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Kuwait, Iraq, and Qatar, they all depend on Hormuz staying usable. Their exports move through that same narrow piece of water after all. And Trump has taken that narrow piece of water and turned it into his latest stage prop. And the result is not some dream image of the enemy being throttled, but all of Trump's allies on his side of the board, actively participating or not, taking a hit that Iran actually isn't. Not that their biggest customer, China, can still travel freely. The very thing Trump said he was stopping by doing this. He wanted to look like the man punishing an Iran, and he's actually ended up punishing everyone else but Iran. And where Iran has imposed its own restrictions on travel through Hormuz, Trump has acted like the human equivalent of a participation award. He's taken all the heat off Iran for their actions by becoming the man who is actually jamming the export artery of the very Gulf border Washington has spent decades arming and bribing and flattering into existence, at the expense of those Gulf exporters and global importers alike, except the ones dealing with Iran, it seems.
I know you're saying to yourself, I can't imagine it. What we're saying to you, imagine it.
Imagine walking 4 miles.
China's foreign ministry spokesman Guo Jiakun has then come out and said the United States ramped up military deployment and resorted to a targeted blockade while a temporary ceasefire was still in place. He called it dangerous and irresponsible because it would intensify confrontation and heighten tension and further jeopardize safe passage through Hormuz. It seems rather obvious, but you do have to spell these things out, it seems, to Donald Trump. And that's coming from the state still able to travel through it as well. But he really isn't wrong, is he? The United States looks less like a global policeman of stability and more like a drunk kicking a fuse box because he likes the sound of everyone else panicking in the dark. Well, for some, the lights may very well go out, and it'll be Donald Trump responsible. Figures used across reporting vary between roughly 1/5 of world oil shipments and around 20 to 30% of global oil exports relying on the Strait of Hormuz. So you're talking about one of the central routes of the global energy system, getting stuffed by an orange wombat who doesn't know his arse from his elbow, and not something that cannot realistically be bypassed in any way, shape, or form. One Tehran-based analysis has put the dependence in even wider terms than that, actually, and they've argued that the role of Hormuz now reaches into food security and the fiber optic cable routes sitting beneath the water and linking Asia to Europe itself and the United States from there on. Now, I've spoken in other videos of the fertilizers that also travel from the region and the threat to food security that a lack of those brings, a shortage in those products brings. But it also names another potential target, one I hadn't spoken of before, hadn't frankly occurred to me, and that's the local fiber optic network. Now, the fiber optic cables linked to Hormuz do not mostly sit as a single line in Iranian waters. The active systems that cross that area are routed largely through Omani waters on the other side of the strait, and they then branch out onward into all the Gulf states such as the UAE and Qatar and Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia. So the most immediate consequence of deliberate targeting of those cables would not be the whole world loses the internet, but a very serious hit to Gulf regional connectivity. Slower networks, outages, congestion, disruption to cloud services, finance and telecoms. Remember all those tech companies with their server assets and the like that are now out there as well. Microsoft Azure, Amazon Web Services, Google Cloud, Oracle. Well, that would have a wider global impact, wouldn't it? So this would be a particularly nasty repair problem to have then, wouldn't it? But you know what makes it even worse? How will you actually fix these things? Because cable repair ships, yes, ships, would have to work in the very waters they probably wouldn't be granted permission to go into, the Strait of Hormuz again. And take your pick as to who would be the bigger obstacle there at this point, Iran or Trump. It's an interesting additional knock-on effect that perhaps could come under threat because it just serves to remind us all again with one more example of why all of this disruption means Hormuz is not just about crude oil. It's about trade timing as well, and shipping costs and data movement, as well as the insurance risks and every other dull little economic mechanism you care to think of that uses such assets. They go ignored, frankly, until our bills arrive. Saudi Arabia's already provided a bigger embarrassment too. Reporting from last month said Saudi output of oil had been cut by 20%, around 2 million barrels a day, as traffic controls and restrictions in Hormuz hit the wider Gulf export system. The same reporting said other Gulf producers had collectively cut at least 10 million barrels per day as those restrictions bit further. And the point has since moved on from warnings about force majeure, which is reducing output and breaching contracts because of conditions beyond the control of these companies, because many of them have already been pushed into that. So on top of that now, Trump has taken that same route, cut off to those allied monarchies that they rely on to get paid, and now made it even less stable and still tried to sell that as control and somehow an attack on Iran. Even though Iranian customers, China, for example, still very much able to traverse the waters. If your grand display of power starts by battering the export conditions of the very states you're supposed to be protecting and allied with, and again with Chinese ships passing through regardless of that, not doing likewise to your intended target, you're not imposing order on the region, you're giving your own side a kicking and calling it strategy. This is not 3D chess he's playing here, folks. He hasn't got beyond chewing the pieces to see which one tastes best. But let's look at some other states which widen the idiocy of the orange oath here too. Japan and India add to the stupidity of Trump's move all the more because they are major states Washington wants on side. Major economies it keeps trying to pull close. Both rely very heavily on energy coming through Hormuz. One report in the last couple of weeks said Japan imports more than 90% of its crude oil from West Asia. It travels through Hormuz. Another said over 80% of India's crude imports come from the Persian Gulf, and they move through the Strait of Hormuz as well. So again, this shows the scale of the damage here. So this is not just Trump roughing up Iran. This is Trump taking a swing at a far more far-reaching energy lifeline used by countries in the United States. It's forever calling partners. Friends, pillars of regional stability, all the usual syrup they like to pour on diplomatically. With friends like Trump, who needs enemies? If you're trying to keep Japan aligned, if you're trying to keep India warm, if you're trying to sell American power as protection and reliability, then using Hormuz to spray around economic risk across not just Iran, not even just West Asia, but far beyond that as well. But it's about as clever as setting fire to someone's driveway and calling yourself the neighborhood watch, isn't it? He's not just rattling the Gulf here. He's handing important Asian partners a very practical reason to look at Washington and see not security and not steadiness, but a large, very loud, very orange source of avoidable damage attached to their import bill. And that's something they'll be getting increasingly fed up with, won't it? And Trump also cannot hide behind the line that America itself imports very little through Hormuz. There's no pulling the America first card here, when all this is because it's Israel first. That's why any of this has begun to begin with, isn't it? But it's also a deceptive line too. And for more than just oil prices rising in the US due to the global nature of how prices are fixed, one fact check just this month used United States energy data for 2024 and said the US imported about 500,000 barrels a day of crude oil and condensate through the Strait of Hormuz too. So even if America's direct export exposure is lower than that of, say, Japan or India or the Gulf exporters themselves, the system it presides over isn't built on direct import exposure alone. It's built on dollar power, the petrodollar, now increasingly becoming the petro-yuan, but also allied reliance and shipping insurance and protected monarchies and naval routes too, refinery chains. The old imperial promise that America keeps the sea lanes open for the right people, when this prat of a president has actually sealed them even more closed, is all the more laughable. It's a sick joke now. That's the promise he's now trampling all over. The Gulf monarchies do not need a lecture from Donald bloody Trump of all people on how to lose export confidence. He's giving them a masterclass in it. Import-dependent Asian states do not need Donald Trump turning their fuel vulnerability into a prop for his insane campaigning and warmongering. He's taking a route that was already under strain from war and trying to make the additional disruption look like command. If brains were petrol, he couldn't fire an ant's go-kart on the inside of a flaming Cheerio. Though neither can too many people around him when they see the price of the stuff for their own cards now either. The MAGA lot. They'll be increasingly getting fed up with him too, and indeed are by all reports. But when I nodded to one vessel earlier, that Chinese-owned Rich Starry, you might be forgiven for thinking only one vessel has actually got through from the way that's been framed. What does that prove exactly, perhaps? But that was actually just the tip of the humiliation iceberg, and Trump's authority is sinking faster than the Titanic, having slammed headlong into it. Maritime tracking has reported that at least 2 ships sailing from Iranian ports still crossed the strait despite the blockade threat, that at least 4 Iran-linked vessels had used the route after Washington's threat, all aside from the Rich Starry, which went through by a route south of Larak Island. But it wasn't the only vessel on a shopping trip to Iran. The Liberia-flagged Christiana had unloaded 74,000 tons of corn at Bandar Imam Khomeini port. The Elpis, a Malaysian-owned sanctioned vessel of that so-called Iranian shadow fleet, as the US like to call it, they'd loaded 31,000 tons of methanol and crossed the strait on the April the 13th, heading to an undetermined destination. But then that is how the shadow fleet works, isn't it? So while Trump is busy attaching his name to actions, spreading fear and panic through the routes the Gulf allies depend on, the kind of politically awkward traffic that will embarrass him the most is still very much sailing. And it's not just one ship, it's more than that. And very, in fact, more than that have sailed through since I looked those records up earlier. The real mockery is that Trump's pressure has made allied exporters and global buyers and shipping firms and nervous markets all absorb the shock. Well, the enemy assets his blockade is supposed to be blockading isn't being blockaded at all. Largely between the Iranian naval forces that Trump claimed he just already destroyed, proving they very much haven't been, and the risk China presents on top of that. Keir Starmer has then said Britain is not supporting the blockade. It's not going to be dragged into the war whatsoever, not bowing to this pressure at all despite the fact he is already very much involved, of course, and his defence claims are a load of rot. His lips were moving, and we all know what that means, don't we? France has kept away from joining the operation as well, apparently. Airspace closed too, following in Spanish footsteps, to a point, you could argue. A few other nations around the Med are slowly creaking towards a position of a post-US, post-Trump defence future, perhaps. Italy is another one. But don't for one moment think Starmer's on that bandwagon. His spine is limper than a vicar's handshake. And yet, despite that, this still matters, because Washington's whole model in this region has always depended on 2 linked assumptions. One is that the Gulf monarchies keep the oil and gas moving under American protection. The other is that allies provide political cover when the United States decide to turn military power into a hard lesson and might not necessarily do so within the rules. They need a bit of political cover too. Trump's now put those two assumptions into direct conflict with one another because that's how clever he is. The harder he leans into the blockade, the more he unsettles the export and import system the American alliance structure is supposed to keep secure and reliable. Britain and France stepping back is hardly going to be the biggest embarrassment, but where even these countries, who are expected to provide political cover for this nonsense, decide they're not going to publicly say as much, refusing to hold the bucket while Trump tips more oil on the floor, he's still left that little bit more isolated. Iran, for its part, does not need to hand him a clear naval clash and let him sell the whole episode as brave American self-defense under fire, though. You'll note there's been no move to sink a battleship or anything so extreme on their part, just force them to keep out of the strait. And that they have done. Iranian officials have kept hammering that route control point, the optics making things very clear that they are in control, warning military vessels, warning that if Iranian ports are threatened, no port in the Persian Gulf or the Sea of Oman remains safe, and talking about Hormuz as a lever already under their management. That's enough. Restraint in that setting isn't weakness. Restraint is what leaves Trump carrying the visible blame for any wider disruption, while Iran keeps the argument fixed on Washington turning Hormuz into a pressure tool that inflicts cost onto everybody else. He wanted to look like the adult in the room, using force carefully and rationally. He's ended up looking like the idiot who can still make shipping and markets panic without being able to show that the pain is landing first where he said it would, and looking increasingly like a toddler set to soil himself all the more when Iran laughs and tells him no. It's a word he's not heard nearly enough in the course of his life. Tehran does not need to draw that picture for him. He'd likely just eat the crayons anyway, and as such, it's all falling on him. With no patsy to shield him anymore, though I suppose there's Lindsey Graham at a push, isn't there? But American power in the Gulf has already sold itself as a guarantee that energy routes stay open and clients stay protected and the flow of trade continues under a US managed order. That promise is one of the reasons Gulf monarchies tolerated the dependency. One of the reasons Asian importers learned to live with it, and one of the reasons Washington could posture as indispensable even while making a mess elsewhere. Trump's now completely inverted that offer. He's saying, in effect, that the same power that claims to secure that may also decide to put a hand around its throat if he deems it so.
Since 2010, World Central Kitchen has served millions of meals in response to climate and humanitarian disasters across the globe.
That doesn't frighten the enemy when it is so self-sufficient as Iran is, having to become so during all these decades of sanctions. But it does frighten the client and the customer and the bystander. It tells Gulf exporters that their route can become leverage in somebody else's domestic performance. It tells import-dependent states that American guardianship is another word for exposure if the wrong man is in charge and wants his picture in the paper badly enough, basically. No better reason, really. Trump just lives for the attention. So once that is all put on the record, the old sales pitch about stability is a lot harder to deliver with a straight face. Donald Trump, therefore, has not produced a lesson in fear working. He's produced a lesson in what happens when disruption is mistaken for control. He can still send his ships. He can still issue his threats. He's very good at issuing threats. He can still widen the area of commercial risk. It's falling mainly on his allies, though, isn't it? The first big political image fixed by this move, though, is not Iran being neatly cornered. It is Gulf exporters and global importers being told to absorb yet another round of uncertainty, to suck it up, Buttercup, while Washington calls that uncertainty a show of strength. And the second image fixed by this move is not obedient allies falling the line over that either. It is allies stepping back from helping him, at least publicly. And the third image fixed by this move is not a sealed off route either. It's a route still producing the most embarrassing exceptions for the man himself who announced the blockade. And that's why the real story here is not whether Trump can make Hormuz a more dangerous, a more blockaded, a more unstable area. He destabilizes everything he touches. The real story is that he's used one of the world's main energy arteries to demonstrate something he didn't mean to demonstrate at all. That America can still make the crisis bigger faster than it can make others submit. He tried to choke Iran and ended up showing the world that his vision of strength starts by making his own side pay a heavy price first, and with no guarantee of a win even then. What a fool, what a prat, what a muppet, Donald Trump. For more on the latest goings-on concerning the Middle East, as you will never be told by the mainstream media, do stick with this channel, more of which can be found right here. Please do also
This is the CJ Rowan Show.
Hello, it's your friend CJ. And in this episode, we reveal how Israel's war of choice has backfired badly in weakening and destroying its Arab Gulf allies. But first, please remember to like and subscribe to our show. And don't forget to turn your notifications on so you never miss a single episode. Now let's get into it. In attacking US military and economic targets in the Arab Gulf, Iran has not only rewritten the rules of asymmetric warfare, but also it has reshaped and reordered the entire Middle East, to the detriment of both Israel and the United States. The Abraham Accords are now well and truly dead, which means Israel's Arab allies are falling like dominoes, starting with the United Arab Emirates, a quasi-Zionist colony established by Britain in 1971, but quietly controlled and armed by the United States ever since, earning itself the nickname of America's Little Sparta among US government officials. It's partly for this reason that no Muslim country has done more harm to more Muslims around the world than the UAE. And I say that as a human rights journalist who has covered the violence and mayhem it has sown in the Horn of Africa for years. The UAE fomented violence in Somalia, sponsored civil wars in Yemen and Libya, and fueled a bona fide genocide in Sudan, which we covered in a recent episode. It has also given its full-throated support to foreign governments guilty of persecuting indigenous Muslim populations, including the Hindu nationalist regime in occupied Kashmir and the Chinese government in occupied East Turkestan. It even funded a smear campaign against Muslims and mosques in Europe, because, well, there's just no other way to put it. The UAE is the enemy of Islam, period, point, paragraph. And this was before it threw the Palestinians to the wolves during the first Trump administration, when it normalized the state of Israel in exchange for lucrative Israeli trade deals and more American weapons. To keep the guns and butter flowing, the UAE has covertly supported every Zionist crusader war and lobbied Trump to invade Iran, while also working behind the scenes to sabotage peace talks in hope the United States will carry through with its threat to wipe out the Iranian civilization. Well, today, the UAE is finally getting its comeuppance. The war it helped start next door is now raining missiles on the Emirati population.
These attacks were unprecedented. We could not have imagined this scenario actually playing out.
Most airports and airlines in the region are affected.
Drone has hit a residential tower overnight in Dubai. It sparks a fire and residents were forced to evacuate the building.
This conflict has come to the doorstep of a territory that many perceived to be one of the world's top safe haven territories.
Dubai has been on the receiving end of 500 ballistic missiles, 15 cruise missiles, and 2,000 drone attacks since February 28th. Many have been intercepted, but many is not all, leaving the country's mostly expatriate population to live under the fear of rocket fire for the first time in their lives.
Oh my God, it's bomb debris. Here. Oh my God, it's a bomb.
Oh my God!
This regional war has become personal. Iran's attacks reaching the homes of some of Dubai's residents.
No joking, guys. We have just been hit by a drone. We have it coming. It stinks of oil in here. I didn't even finish my cup of tea.
Embassy and government advice to shelter in place for most means to stay at home. But that wasn't a safe option for some people today. The sense of terror has driven some families to hit the road to Oman in search of safety.
Hundreds have been killed or seriously injured since Iran began aiming its missile launches at the UAE. A toll that is expected to grow much higher and to the point that will make Dubai totally unlivable, according to Tehran University professor Mohammad Morando, who essentially operates as a de facto spokesperson for the Iranian government.
Iran will no doubt control the Strait of Hormuz, and it will fight for it, and it will succeed. And if the United States escalates, Nima, these Arab dictatorships in the Persian Gulf will probably cease to exist. If I was living there now, I would leave. Because if they start striking our critical infrastructure, they've already done so. But as we go forth, then Iran is going to destroy theirs. Either they...
Tens of thousands of migrants have already permanently fled the country as a greater number pack up their belongings and finalize plans to return to their countries of origin. constituting a devastating blow to a country in which 90% of its residents are foreigners. You see, Dubai, unlike the other Gulf Emirates, does not have vast oil resources to fall back on. Its financial losses will be beyond crippling if the war drags on and Dubai's reputation as a haven for tourism and Western business, banking and real estate investments continues to erode. Which is why, in a bid to limit the reputational damage to the country, the Emirati regime has cracked down on social media posts and videos depicting the attacks.
13 missiles and 27 drones were intercepted in the United Arab Emirates on Wednesday. Yet images like these are hard to come by. Under the UAE's strict cybercrime laws, anyone photographing or filming the incidents could be arrested. Just like the 60 people who, according to France television sources, are currently in police custody in Dubai. Among them are at least 3 French nationals accused of threatening public security by filming Iranian attacks on the territory.
Stories of British expats being jailed for posting on social media is how the Emirati dream dies, because Dubai was sold to Western audiences as a quasi-liberal European city that was protected from regional wars and bloodshed by the presence of major US military bases. US and Israeli security guarantees are how Dubai grew from a sleeping fishing village into a billionaire's playground, replete with more Lamborghinis and luxury brand stores per capita than any other place in the world. It was ranked as the #1 destination for millionaires just 2 weeks before Israel and the US started bombing Iran, with 10,000 millionaires moving to Dubai in 2025 alone, bringing with them an additional $63 billion in capital. Dubai's pitch was simple: zero capital gains, zero income tax, modern infrastructure, and most of all, stability. This was the pitch to every multinational, every hedge fund, every billionaire looking for a second passport and a tax-friendly base. Come here, you'll be safe, you'll be rich, nothing bad happens here. That promise is now broken, and once a promise like that is broken, you can simply not unbreak it, as explained by the manager of a major hedge fund in Hong Kong.
But what I can tell you is this. Right now, across Hong Kong and Singapore, private bankers and corporate service firms, just like Statris, are working day and night processing transfer requests from people who considered Dubai the safest place on earth until last February. Millionaires, entrepreneurs, expats, all of them doing something Dubai had never seen before, living. Not for vacation, not for a business trip, but for good, paying any price just to get out. What broke wasn't the skyline, it was the promise.
Last year, Dubai welcomed nearly 20 million visitors, but is on track to pull half that number in 2026, with Oxford University predicting the UAE will lose between $34 billion and $56 billion in visitor spending.
After a month of war, tourism in the United Arab Emirates has dropped sharply, and with it has come a growing concern about jobs. And Dubai is a city that eats out. It's one of the world's food capitals. But right now, even its busiest restaurants are feeling the impact of war.
For the Emirati regime, the broader economic picture is even more alarming. Its stock exchange has lost $120 billion in value, with the economy set to contract more than 5% in April alone. And at the same time, the housing market collapsed even further.
Now, Dubai's booming real estate market has taken a sharp hit amidst escalating tensions in West Asia. The DFM Real Estate Index has plunged nearly 20% in just 5 sessions, wiping out all the gains it had made so far this year. The fall comes as the ongoing conflict involving the US, Israel, and Iran rattles investor sentiment across the region.
Aviation accounts for 18% of Dubai's economy. Its airport handled 95 million international passengers last year. But the war has already caused the cancellation of 27,000 flights, a number that continues to spike upwards by the day as the world's busiest international airport comes to a literal standstill.
The impact on air travel is where we've seen some of the worst of the economic impact here. There are real global repercussions when the world's busiest airport effectively comes to a standstill. Dozens of international airlines have suspended Gulf flights, Dubai International was struck by debris in the early days of the conflict and temporarily had to reduce capacity. Fuel costs have also surged, and war risk insurance premiums for some of these Gulf routes have also risen sharply. So the longer the conflict continues, the more structural damage it does to Dubai's positioning as the world's preferred transit hub.
Dubai was designed to be a living, breathing example of how Arab rulers who play ball with Israel and the United States get rewarded with peace, prosperity, and a skyline that makes Manhattan feel small and insecure. But today, the Emirati regime has learnt two hard lessons. That in the age of drone warfare, US military bases are not shields, they're magnets. And that you can never trust the United States or Israel, with both countries set to throw the Emiratis under the bus in a future grand bargain with Iran. But please, don't shed a tear for this British-cum-Zionist colonial outpost, because it not only betrayed the Palestinians, but also funded a genocide in Sudan, violated 4 separate UN arms embargoes, laundered stolen conflict gold through Dubai, built a network of torture dungeons across Somalia, and bankrolled a warlord besieging Libya. Oh, and as we reported last year, the UAE also secretly funded R&R vacations for thousands of Israeli soldiers who committed genocide in Gaza. So, if Dubai is now a war zone, then this, in the immortal words of Malcolm X, is the Emirati regime's chickens coming home to roost. And as for Israel's chickens, you ask, well, they are currently in transit. We will make sure of it. That, of course, is based on the assumption that our show continues to survive and thrive. Remembering that the...
Coffee. Follow me.